contínua e da resolução de problemas. Este conceito reflete uma mudança em direção a um ecossistema que se estende além das capacidades humanas tradicionais, impulsionado pelo momento da nova revolução industrial. Paralelamente, a redefinição dos perfis profissionais e do talento torna-se um imperativo estratégico, pois os modelos tradicionais de aquisição e desenvolvimento
and skills development are not enough for how tech changes complex are. The talent nature, approaching abilities, competences, and workforce are on a radical changes driven by tech changes that are the characteristics of the engineer of tomorrow. And the engineer of tomorrow is connected to the reshaping of an effective talent without skilled professionals, adaptive mindset, and the necessary ethical principles. The emerging technology potentials cannot be used. So this fundamental energy, they are key to navigate through the current technology changes, should be united to advanced skills of technology to build an innovative and resilient future. The digital era, it's not a statical period, but it's a continuum driven by technology changes. The evidence shows that this step is a connection between the continuous technology chain with the prospection for the future eras, such as the AI, automation, robotics, and the quantum computation era. Everything implies that reshaping talent is not a single initiative, but is a dynamic and continuous process incorporated to the organizational culture and individual career planning. With that, the future work will be hybrid and flexible, with models considered normal models and regular. Now, it is part of the context of the organization that needs to create a talent advantage through an aligned strategy for culture and agile development. In particular, the Z generation find tailored experience and expectations that are not connected to the traditional career ideas. They value the flexibility of a work environment, and they are willing to change their job, things that we don't think in the past, what I want to do in my life. So all the needs are taken into consideration. Well, the seminar of today aims to dive into the challenges and opportunities, promoting the dialogue about the future professionals' preparation and the need of a proactive approach and technology innovation. With that said, and we see that human needs water and air, even though we have our technology ahead. Thank you for your comprehension. This adapted technology of knowledge profiles and human abilities, without question, is the core, in particular for professional education institutions. The seminar highlights the talent promotion, and it's not an isolated event, but it's a continuous and essential human need for this technology. And the panels will discuss the new worker profile and the changes necessary and develop the new talent generation, exploring the new integrated ecosystem models, the digital economy guided on the capacity building and the technology serving in professional education, including the tools to support the professional career. So now for the opening of this seminar, we'd like to invite to the stage the Director General of the National Department of SENAI, Mr. Gustavo Leal. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is fine, especially after the opening ceremony of yesterday. It's a pleasure now to be here with you in this seminar. I think everyone here works with education and professional education, and I think everyone shares the same feeling, a kind of concerning with everything that is happening with the work, the job world, and also with what is happening in the world and how fast technologies are developed and how they are incorporated and how disruptive they are taking place. And there is only one way to reduce this concerning. It's knowledge. It's the capacity of understanding what is behind all these movements and trying to create models that can establish a dialogue with these changes. Changes were always present in the world, in our existence. Maybe what is different now is how fast these changes are taking place. But observing the world's experience, we can see that has never been the need of the absence of human work. The human work is absolutely necessary and will continue being necessary. But now is adapted to the new realities and new technologies. In my mind, it means that it is a world with a higher intensity on education and knowledge. So the institutions such as SENAI or professional schools, they will play an even more relevant role in this education-centered world. And how to do that? How to go through the transition? How can we use these new technologies in order to promote a different education, a tailored education, and also a more inclusive education? So this is the challenge, and it's not a challenge only for Brazil. This is a global challenge, and this seminar is focused on that. How can we share the experiences around the globe about this discussion? So I think it is a timely seminar, and I'm sure that we are going to leave this room today with very positive reflections, imagine and planning this future, and also aware about the decision-making process that we will have ahead of us. So I'd like to use this moment just to thank the people engaged in the construction of this seminar. Here we have Marisa. Thank you very much. A very dedicated person. I know that you worked really hard with love. And also Philip, the Chief of Education Superintendent of SENAI. The whole team. It's always bad when we mention people by the name, right? But I want you to feel included here. I'd like to thank the panel's coordinators, our colleagues from SENAI that have experience with that. Mr. Baraguin, where is he? He's going to moderate one of the panels, and also Philippe, I also want to say that all the participants here, you are volunteers. You are attending this seminar voluntarily, and you are here to share your visions and experience. And I'm very grateful for that. And also, I'd like to thank some of the partners today. So the KPMG, AOS Autodesk, UNESCO, the government of China, the Ministry of Education. Our Vice Minister is arriving soon. Google, the Department of Trade and Business of the UK government, the professional education institutions of other countries such as the Thomas Eck from Singapore, and also the Excellence Campus of the Future Industry of French, but into the Ministry of Education of France. So see how the idea here is to bring and integrate and share our experiences and visions taking place in the world. So I wish you all a great seminar, and let's move ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Gustavo, for your initial remarks. So let's continue with our agenda. We will start our first panel of this seminar, Decoding the Tomorrow. Profiles, expectations, and market reality. The goal of this panel is to focus on the standard of new worker profile expectations and the work market challenges, presenting current mapping on the current and future work features and the necessary changes to develop this new generation of talents. We'd like to invite to the stage the Superintendent of Work Relations of the National Confederation of Industry, SENAI, the moderator of this panel, Ms. Silvia Lorena Teixeira de Souza. Welcome. We'd like to invite the leader partner of KPMG, Camila Padua, and the team lead technical training from EOS GmbH, Marcus Ulrich Stark, and also Marcos Centurio, the expert technical of digital engineer. And we'd like to inform that during the panel we have in the screen the QR code available, so if you have questions you can access through your cell phone and send questions to our speakers. So I'd like to give the floor to the moderator, Silvia Lorena. Good morning, everyone. Well, this is my self-description. I'm a woman with 175 centimeters height, with brown hair, brown eyes. I'm using a dark clothing and a white shirt. First, I'd like to thank the honor and opportunity of being here in this panel, sharing the discussions with these great experts. I'd like to thank Director Gustavo, Marilsa. Thank you for the opportunity for being here to learn and sharing knowledge. And welcome everyone to this first panel, Decoding the Tomorrow, with the core discussions, talent, technology, and industrial synergy in the digital era. We are in a moment of deep changes. The work world is being reshaped by emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, automation, manufacturing. And it's important to say it's not only about the future, but a change and transformation that is ready. This transformation is not only a technology and digital transformation, it's a human transformation, it's a cultural transformation, it's an educational transformation. We are facing a new era where technology and talent, they are not competing, they are collaborating. It's a moment where a continuous learning is as important as to the wisdom. And today, more than ever, we need to understand who are the professionals within this context. What are the key abilities and skills, and how to be prepared for this reality. In this panel, we have the honor to listen to experts leading this transformation, and they will share with us their visions about the worker profile in this moment, and also the market expectations in face of new technologies, and the pathway to build talents in a more connected and automated world. So this panel is an invitation for reflection. Are we prepared for that? Are we preparing the right professions with the right skills for a market that changes every day? Is our legal framework ready for this scenario? So this is a dialogue space and also an inspiration space for joint construction. Let's together decode the tomorrow. And with that said, I'd like to invite our experts for this essential conversation. Each of you will have 15 minutes for presentation, and after that we have a Q&A session. So we start with you, Camila Padua. There is a leader partner of KPMG. So please, Camila, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Silvia. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I am a white woman with green eyes, brown hair, using a black shirt and a white pants. I'm not going to say my height because I am slightly short. I mean, in Portuguese, I have the average height. That's okay. I'm joking. I'm 1 meter and 52 centimeters. Well, I'm here to share with you some of the research that we have at KPMG. I'm going to show you some numbers, but I also would like to mention a few other important topics. The first one, as was said before, we talk about digital era, but I like to challenge saying that this huge transformation that we are living, this is a human transformation, because actually, and all the movements that we have over our history, in particular the industrial revolutions, they were very important for our quality of life, but it plays the human being as a machine role. We have the Charles Chaplin video, right? And we were being mechanized. We were often mechanized. If you look at work in some levels a few times ago, we were very repeated work that didn't use the best of the human being. And when we talk about all the changes that we have today, we place the human being once again in the maximum capacities role that's unique from the human being. That's the creativity, the capacity of connection, the capacity of understanding complex things that are indeed a complex mind and awareness and consciousness level, and sharing value as no other being has the capacity of doing so in our planet. So this is the huge challenge. So how can we create more connections and values, and also how can we use our creativity making the difference? And it makes us rethink our educational capacity, because it's not all about having knowledge in order to deliver well executed process. Instead, it's how can we potentialize the unique features of the human being. And when we talk about this data and the trends, what are the highlights on these figures? The first one is no profession anymore can say I am an expert on human resources. I'm an expert on finances. I am an expert in the logistic chain only. That's all. Actually, today, every professional needs to be a huge expert on human complexity and also the business chains complexities, and mainly an expert on technology. there is no way of saying, no, this is from the IT team. The IT guy needs to solve that. No, more and more the technology is embarked in the business process. And when we talk about artificial intelligence, today we can have a lot of development using texts. So you do not rely on an engineer architecture. Well, I'm going to request an application from the IT team. No, you have to do one. So it makes, in fact, all these onboard technology, embarked technology is also a key ability for each of us with different aspects. Of course, 10 years ago, everyone used to say the best thing you can do is to learn programming and also how to develop. Today it changed, and you don't need to know the programming rules to become a programmer in the next months. So we changed the meaning. It means that it is an invalid knowledge. No, we need to understand architecture, but we also need to understand the business complexity. Also, how fast things change and how big truths change like never before. So the adaptability to emotional intelligence and a few other topics, and I'm going to share the list of our surveys show these big abilities, the big skills, how important they are. Another thing that we like to highlight is we need to look at some factors such as cybersecurity. With more data and technology available, and also we have the risks increasing. When we talk about cybersecurity, this is not, once again, an ability, a skill from the IT guy. The weakest link is a human being. So how can we manage that? And once again, we have this giant need of leave from our technical abilities box and learn how these business work. If I don't understand how this data, this piece of data can be used, or how some behaviors can influence the structure, so we are at risk. So we have the cybersecurity concern, and we ran a human test using audio simulation, using the president's voice. So it wasn't him. We were using artificial intelligence. We called his secretary. We sent a message and we called her using his voice, talking to her, requesting her to send a report through WhatsApp and say, I changed my number because he was traveling. He was at a public event, and we said that I had a problem with my cell phone. I changed my number. Everything was fake, and we request a confidential report, and she broke all the protocols and sent a report. And was the president requesting that. So all the sectors broke their security protocols and sent the report. So we show that even when it seems to be a very human contact today with technology, it's easy to fake that. And he had some specific features on his voice, and we were capable of simulating that using AI. So the risks, they are more and more complex. It's more difficult to think, what can we understand with that? So ethics, it's once again an essential feature inside the organizations. We need to discuss ethics more and more, because this is what will enable us, in fact, to have all the abilities and cares with cybersecurity. Technologies raise issues and questions about ESG. So when we talk about sustainability, when we talk about social responsibility, and especially care for the environment, the technology is an offender and it's also the protector. So we need to work with adaptability, and this is very beautiful point in our generation. They are way more concerned and educated with this aspect. And this is not all about responsibility, but also this is about how can we have a strong pinpoint for our work environment for all generations. So everything's very important to prepare people for this complexity environment with human skills, technical skills, and technology skills in order to move forward within this scenario. Talking specifically on artificial intelligence, it is a huge disruptive moment. We have evolutive technologies, and even with the internet, it was a huge movement. Even though we could see an evolution in our work model, artificial intelligence brings a disruption in our work environment, and I'm going to explain that. But it's very important to understand that. Why? Because we talk about the augmented workforce. So I mean, this is not the technology being a support for the work or the technology replacing some human activities, but actually the hybrid issue of the where I can only deliver the expected value jointly with technology. So there isn't this I can have automated, and this is a human being that is responsible of. So I can input data in a system, and this is sent for somewhere with a report. But actually, the continuous exchange, having in the artificial intelligence your second half to deliver the work. And it means several skills. We need to develop these skills. We need to think about these skills, because this, in fact, is a human need. It doesn't change. It also changes the dynamic within the company. If I do not think about the positions and functions, take into consideration this logic, I lose my competition performance. So this is are things that we need to rethink and reshape. And it changes drastically how we develop and build the capacities and people. And I'm going to talk about our business, how we used to train consultants and advisors. So we had the trainees, and what did they do? Meetings a minute, or attending conference and formatting materials. And with that, they were gaining repertoire, they were gaining experience. The consultant abilities today is to have this ability. The problem today is no client wants to pay anyone, wants to pay a trainee to report a meeting, because we can do that with the co-pilot. So how can we use the professionals, these students living in the universities, to gain this experience? We have to rethink the learning model. How can we speed up this experience gaining without these roles? And this is in the agenda of all executive officers. They understand that this is not about technology. Technology is the easiest thing to deal with. You can hire, you can choose, you can learn, you develop an implementation project. But what is the challenge now? How can we develop people? How these new skills can be used? Because we are not talking about not only an instrument, a tool, a process step by step, where I have the manual and I follow this manual, and then I can in fact deliver something. No, we are talking about a new mindset. It's a new vision of the world. I used to say that it's like when we live with our parents, and man say, hey, wash the dishes, and you go there and you wash the dishes, and then she complains and say, what about the pan in the over, and what about this the floor, and also the glass on the over the table. And you said, "Oh, you told me to wash the dishes." And she said, well, aren't you seeing the rest?" And you say, "No, I don't. I didn't see." And this is true because our mind has this delegation issue. Because if we were all the time paying attention everything around ourselves, could you imagine the energy spent? But when you leave your parents' house and you get married or you living by yourself, you start to see the mess in your place everywhere, because in fact you start to see things. You start to see everything, and the change in these scenarios, it's about it. It's about to see things that we didn't see before. So when we talk about these skills, we have technical skills and we have the skills that everyone needs to have. Can you see how complex it is? And this is not this or that. Actually, it's this added with all your expertise in the skills that you develop. And more than that, we also... I'm sorry, you want to take picture from the previous one? We also add that to several behavioral skills. We are talking about changing cycles that are fast today. Emotional intelligence is a necessity. Otherwise, what we have, the high levels of burnout cases that what we've been seeing, and most of them, they are not due to work overload. When we start to see the indicators, people, they do not work excessively. Actually, when we look at, for instance, in the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, people used to work 14, 16, 18 hours per day. And we didn't have this number of mind issues with people working 8 hours, 9 hours, and even less. And why do we have it? Because it's not about the amount of work, but actually how this work demands from people, how people have to deal all the time with the fact of I don't know, how can we learn, how can learn again, am I capable of doing that, am I still relevant for my company, can I continue to assuring my family the comfort that they need. So all these issues, they are complex, and we have that emerging inside the labor market. And the leadership skills, the more important today, is how to welcome these situations. And we used to spend 5-10 minutes in our meetings on technical issues, and the rest of the time understand how they can deal with emerging emotions from these activities and resulting from these challenges. Here we have an example of what I said on how of the AI workforce increasing. It's about deconstructing our responsibilities and understanding which of them we are going to use AI, and also separating the human skills and competences. You can see that we don't have anything the human delivered, not even from the CEO, the president, or the director, that does not need or it's not supported by new technologies. And with that, what do we mean in this process? Now that I can transport to technology data to base more complex decision-making process. So I continue to rationalize and think, but I don't do that inside my human limitation, because we used to fragment the leadership positions because of the limits and constraints of human being to analyze and make decisions. Today we have that increase exponentially. So how can we rethink the educational process? And with that, I reach my conclusion. First, we need to understand that it's not a single model anymore. People, they in fact learn with different ways. And if we bring more and more different approaches, we can have a more optimized learning process. So we need exchanges among people. We need to increase our repertoire. And all that I know now, it's not worth in the future, in the short future. So it's not only having a people there with the knowledge and disseminate knowledge. Actually, we need self-management forums where people exchange knowledge and experience. Also, we need to know what are the innovative people, the ones that have experience with cases, with a more established and solid knowledge. And how can I use these skills within an organization? So how can I have these disseminators spreading these new knowledges and experiences in the organizations? Not everyone will be a disseminator and or experimenter, and this is not good for the company. Actually, we need to learn the learning. We have to understand the learning curve. We need to find the people that seek for the innovation from a business, and the ones who will help to gain volume and to scale up that inside the organization. We need to use artificial intelligence in learning process that are more and more customized and tailored, not only in contact, but in the debates. Today, very interesting application is to use artificial intelligence as a tutor with exchanges, with questions, with challenges, to learn how, in fact, you can develop a plan that targets my preferences and needs, and also according to my emotional moment. So all of these tools can help us to use this educational process with a more optimized and faster approaches. So we need to rethink all these points. So, well, this is what I said, what I planned to say today, and later on we can dive deep into discussion in these points. Thank you very much, Camila. As always, very objective. With your presentation, it was possible to see how the technology world is reshaping companies and requiring new abilities, not only technical skills, but also behavior skills. And we will explore that with the Q&A sessions. But now, I'd like to give the floor to our guest, Mr. Marcos. Marcos, please. Thank you. I need to come to the podium because I cannot see the screen. In your example, Camila, from the dishes were perfect. I must have answered my mom that her prompt was wrong. Well, my name is Marcos Centurion. I'm an technical expert of the Autodex. I'm responsible from the Central West and North region of Brazil and manufacturer area. Self-description: I'm white man with Hispanic traces, tall. I'm using a white pant, a suit with a blue shirt. Digitalization is changing industry and changing the careers on the manufacturer and also from the CEOs. The introduction of new digital technologies, the intelligence of things and Internet of Things made a huge transformation in digital processes. New skills and abilities are required. Engineering professionals with additional technology competence that are necessary in the market to execute the projects as we used to do before. Today, it's not possible anymore. We also need to learn the good practices of the market. For us in Autodocs, we have an annual report that we publish that it's nothing less than an interview with the main clients that we have in the world, and we ask them, what are your pains, what are your problems, and what are the solutions that you are seeking for, and what can we help you? These reports are available in our website. But what's important to say that companies answer that this digital transformation promoting more than 50% of the return of investment. But what is this digital transformation? What it's been applying specifically? So the intelligence of things applied to the production process, laser scanning, big data, BIM applied to project management, and AI and machine learning. Smart plants with sensors that communicate with the systems and can control the production in real time. AI using to data analysis to optimize the production, to foresee maintenance process, and also to avoid the material wastes. Faster designing, where I can have a better interaction with my product, and have a sole truth source inserted in a CD and using BIM to create generative designs. Digital environments where we can have a better access to information, in addition to designs based on simulations. For us in Autodesk, we are pioneering these technologies targeting the design, and we have partners that help us for a long time. We have the case of Airbus. With our generative system, could help them with the optimization of 80% of the weight of the panels and to reduce the weight in an aircraft. And we know that for aviation, reducing the weight means reducing the costs. With CART, we also have generative design assistance. We also with Volkswagen, using generative designing, they created lighter and more robust and sustainable pieces. Simulation AI intelligence is everywhere, since the manufacturing to packaging, from the mining process to the civil and heavy work in industry. Every sector is using it, it's applied, and it's present today. These changes require the changing of the profile of the manufacturer. Traditional skills are very important, but they are now aggregated to new needs. New areas are very important, such as data information technology. Inside the plant, IT network responsible is very important. Something that we didn't think in the past. Data analysts, scientists, data engineers that can read and model this data and deliver that in real time, promoting the communication. Automation engineers, a management that design these projects and control the models, advancement, and also the cybersecurity experts. Once that hacking process can block the process, and also creating a huge risk inside the plant, or that can hurt the population or even the users. The value of this digitalization, we see that the data industry is increasing exponentially. Until 2030, it should grow 27%. $9 billion US should be the investment on cybersecurity to develop new work functions and rules, and also the need of engineers, this new digital project control market with 28.5% until 2030. And this is the moment. This is something that's happening now. These are some of the main clients that we have in the world that work with this digital system. And here in Brazil, it's not only abroad. Here in Brazil, we have the same system. Vale, Petrobras, Eletrobras, Gerdau, not only the big ones, but also the small ones. Small mining companies and other companies, they optimize their project elaboration, optimize their systems and their communication with players, transparency and sustainability. Well, so here, this change is inevitable. Imagine this person, I'm an old one, I have 19 years working with project and 16 targeting digital transformation. But in the beginning I worked with AutoCAD. But imagine that in the beginning, if I was capable to refine my project, if I was capable to simulate my project, execute my project, not only to simulate the BIM of this project, but see the possible interference and possible problems, but also to simulate my construction process, identifying possible gaps with the dimensions of a machine and simulating all my process before executing them. Today we have tools to do so. This digitalization in terms of project design and manufacturing, it's everywhere. Since the capture of a digital environment capture into to design, where we can run simulations and generative design and retrofit design, so every step in the process are involved. This is an example of a client of ours that is an architecture company specialized in retrofit projects, working with historical heritages, buildings. And other from these type of clients or projects, there isn't a reliable database that you can find. The documents are lost, so through laser scanning, they can change it digitally and create a very reliable model. And from prototyping, they can create pieces, and using the laser scanning, they can create a new piece. My operator in the field, they can have access to digital information from in the region. It's an integrated process to communicate with the project, with all the interface. This QR code, through this QR code, you can have access to this case. And well, why now? Hardwares were never so accessible. A value of a hardware today, the need of a software for a hardware operation is not expensive as we had in the past. The integration of BIM flow process, we have that present in the market today. It's easy to find professionals capable to work and companies that work with that. Remote collaboration. Since the pandemic, it's common to have offices working 100% home base and home office with all these processes in the cloud system. The client's growth expectation is being increasing. It's a robust and expanding market. Also, we have the S system, a partner of the industry that assists us in this capacity building, and also Autodesk, it was a partner of industry, and we are always ready to assist in the digital transformation. And here, I just want to thank you for this day. Good morning. Thank you very much, Marcos. Very nice remarks. It shows that This technology model, this moment of now, it's a reality, impacting careers and labor market in general. And we are going to discuss that more in the Q&A session. But now we are going to invite our online guest, Mr. Ulrich Stark. You have the floor, please.
Okay, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Nevertheless, I start. Okay, maybe I can bridge a little bit from the theory and all the things around and the digital technology to the physical world. So if you have a digital process chain and you want to have physical parts in the end, you need to bridge. And this bridge could be additive manufacturing. So I want to talk a bit about additive manufacturing as a relatively new industry and what are our demands in the vocational training market and how this links to the practice. Okay, so first, let me introduce myself a bit. I'm a white male, middle size, I would say, and I'm myself a graduate engineer in telecommunications technology, and I'm a really passionate technical trainer. That's my life, that's what I want, that's my profession. And I'm also the team lead for the technical training team here at AOS, and I will talk about the company a bit in the next slide. And I have now even more than 20 years experience as in additive manufacturing as well as in the technical training area. Okay, that's what I want to talk today. A short overview about the company, it's not in the focus. And then I want to talk practically about the skills that are in demand for additive industries. And in the third part, I want to give a little outlook how we can shape the future with additive manufacturing, but still with a strong focus on vocational training. Okay, the company. We are still growing, and we are a family-owned company still, and the company was founded in 1989, and these were the humble beginnings of the additive manufacturing industry at all. At the time I joined the company, it was 2005, and at that time we have been 180 employees all over, and 100 of them in research and development in the headquarters. Today we are more than 1,300, and we have a global installed base of more than 5,000 industrial 3D printers. That means not the small ones that you know from the electronics consumer market. These are huge ones for industrial applications. And these are around 56% metal systems, so metal 3D printing, and the others are polymer ones for plastic materials. We are active in 15 countries with sales and service offices, and we have distribution partners in more than 50 countries. So we are a worldwide active company, and that's a typical phenomenon in Europe. Relatively small companies with worldwide activities. And small company means we have gross sales in the last business year of around 360 million. Okay, so let's
Muito bem, então vamos passar agora para algumas imagens. Essas são algumas peças típicas que são possíveis serem produzidas.
And this is a typical application where we really use or we reduce parts to the minimum. That's what you can do with the digital process chain. You can do simulation, and in the end you can build it with 3D printing. So you don't need these big blocks of materials, these chunks, these heavy bits anymore. You just have the functionality you really need with those parts here. This other example is a heat exchanger, and these are extremely complicated structures for all these heat, fluent flows and stuff like this. And structures, internal structures like this, you can only build with an additive manufacturing technology. And here are also other examples. These are all theses.
Exemplo
Patients in the medical area
de
and also
paciente da
other polymer parts. Okay, enough about the pictures. Let's talk about the skills that are in demand of the AM industries. And as I said, I'm with the industry for 20 years now, so I also have, hopefully, a good picture what were the skills in demand.
quais eram as demandas no início, as habilidades necessárias no passado e o que nós precisamos hoje. Primeiro, as demandas elas estão sempre mudando e é uma indústria que sempre vai amadurecendo. Então, eu vou mostrar a vocês alguns dos desafios do treinamento profissional nessa indústria. Primeiro, nós ainda temos uma variedade muito grande de diferentes processos da impressão 3D. Então, o processo digital utilizado no início, o design, talvez seja muito similar em todos os outros processos, mas no fim elas são muito individuais. Então isso é um desafio para o processo de ensino profissional. O próximo, no topo disso, há diferenças fundamentais entre o metal, o processo de cerâmica e o processo de plástico e há outros materiais também, mas esses são os principais. Isso também é um desafio. Se você quiser treinar alguém para lidar com todas essas tecnologias, precisa entender essas diferenças. E o primeiro, esse ainda é um processo evolutivo ainda em desenvolvimento. Novas tecnologias estão surgindo e também se desdobrando. Isso significa que o que você treinou, aprendeu em um certo momento, talvez seja atualizado amanhã, ou talvez não. Vamos ver. E o próximo, há ainda muitos poucos cursos, treinamentos profissionais disponíveis publicamente na área de fabricação. Eles estão surgindo, mas eles estão lidando com questões que eu mencionei anteriormente. Ainda assim, entretanto, por outro lado, há um grande entusiasmo ainda nessa relativa nova indústria de manufatura que está nos movimentando e há denominadores comuns em todos os processos de manufatura. Isso ainda na cadeia de processos digitais. Há grandes denominadores comuns e ainda assim nós temos experiências que crescem rapidamente e são tecnologias que você pode utilizar na prática. Então, há pequenas impressoras 3D que você pode utilizar em treinamentos profissionais e assim esse processo digital, eles são quase similares, pelo menos.
Nevertheless, there are commonalities. Let me talk a little bit about the typical job profiles that I see in today's AM industry. And that's not just what I see. This is also standardized by the EWF, the European Welding Foundation, based in Portugal. And they are really engaged in developing vocational models and profiles for additive manufacturing. So the first one is, a typical profile is the AM operator. That's the one that's really operating the manufacturing system, the 3D printer and all the peripheral systems. And he's also handling the materials that we use for printing and the printed parts. So it's much more than just a push-button boy. This is a complex vocational profile, and especially the post-processing of the parts, what's necessary in polymer on the polymer side, as well as for metals, is a big deal, usually. Next one is the AM application engineer. This is an engineer that is converting and preparing CAD data for the printing process. And that's one that using also systems like those of Autodesk, for instance, or other CAD vendors. And he or her has the job to prepare this CAD data for a special printing process, depending on the process you use, the printer you use, and so on. And he also has to adapt print process parameters to the needs of a special application. The next one is the so-called AM process engineer. That means if we have a lot of different processes or technologies in additive manufacturing, we also need specialists that are able to develop the build or the build processes, how we really generate parts with different technologies, with what parameters, and they develop also parameters for new applications. That means different parts that have to be built or new structures using new technologies. And those ones are really focused on one of the processes. This doesn't mean they cannot adapt to others, but in their professional work life, they are focused on special processes. And there's also the AM parts designer. This is, again, a more general job profile. This is the one that designs parts specifically fitting to additive manufacturing processes. As I have shown in the picture, these lattice structures that could be used to make parts lighter and stronger and reduce it to the minimum of material used there, that needs also special abilities, and it needs the use of very common tools like this CAD, but with a special focus on additive manufacturing. Otherwise, you will not be able to get out the max of this technology. And in the end, we have also the very practical hands-on workers. These are the field service engineers. They are responsible for the commissioning, maintaining, and the repair of AM systems. And if we talk about industrial 3D printers, this is a different story. These are huge machines they weigh tons, multiple tons. So this is also a very complex job profile, and I want to go a little bit deeper in the special demands for those field service engineers with additive manufacturing, in this case, laser powder bed fusion. This means the technology we use at EOS. And what you will see now is an overview over at least the time of my career. Then that's a good time of the overall development of the AM industry and special skills in need for those job profile as a service engineer. So I will go in detail. First one, we have these technical skill areas, and I will point on this later. And we have the development from 2005 to 2025, and there will also be a future outlook. From my side, that's my personal view on the things. And the more dots you see, the more is this in demand for the job profile of the field service engineer for those metal systems. So first we talk about mechanics. And of course, these are machines. That means mechanical knowledge is in demand. In the humble beginnings, it was huge demand on mechanical side because of the low maturity of the systems. We have been in the beginnings, and there has to be a lot of mechanical work to commission such a system. It decreased over the years, around all over. Nevertheless, it is still in demand today, and I'm pretty sure there will also be demand in the future. That means if I set a kind of future trend, I would say it will remain on that level. Next one is electrics and electronics. This has been a big deal in the beginning, again, about the immaturity of the systems. So there have been a lot of electrical and electronical work. They have to change the processors and computers and all that stuff to make the systems work and to maintain the systems. It slightly decreased over the years until 2015. And I see in the reality a growing demand again for almost one reason, a growing complexity of the 3D printers, because these are not just printers anymore, like in the beginning. These are complex systems of powder feeding, part post-processing, and a lot of stuff left and right and center around the 3D printer. So today we have still a high demand in electrics and electronics knowledge. A different development took the software programming. In the beginning, it was a big deal because a lot of components have to be programmed to commission them or to replace them and stuff like this. And this demand was lowering and lowering over the years. And I'm pretty sure, oh, here we are. I'm pretty sure this will remain on this low level. It's not a big deal about software programming anymore if we talk about this special profile of the field service engineer. Next one is software configuration. It was not a big deal in the beginning because it was programming, but it was bigger and bigger around until 2020. This was the peak with configuration demand and effort during an installation. And then we slightly steered it in a different direction. We simplified the system. We have a growing support by artificial intelligence on that side. So I'm pretty sure software configuration will more or less go down in the future. It's not the big deal anymore. Next one is laser optics know-how. This is very special for our technology because we use lasers to melt the material, the powder we are using. And this was a big deal in the beginning. Again, the immaturity of the systems. And it went down over the years. And I'm pretty sure for the future, it will be in existence. It is necessary. It is also specific knowledge of our technology, but it is not the big deal anymore. Next one is AM process know-how. So the knowledge of the process engineer. And in the beginning, the field service engineers also have been process engineers. It was necessary because of the immaturities of computers, machines, software, and also the applications. Nevertheless, it went down over the years, and I'm pretty certain it will go down further. Another point in the work life of a field service engineer is the on-site troubleshooting. It was a big deal in the beginning, in maturity, and it went down over the years, but it will not vanish. I'm pretty sure it will remain on that level, because if we talk about those complex industrial systems, not just printers, but also other systems around, it is always a thing about on-site troubleshooting. Nevertheless, there's also remote troubleshooting. That's the last point. It was almost nothing in the beginning because we just had our mobile phones and they called into the headquarters and tried to figure out what could be the issue. Today, of course, we have full access on the systems, and a lot of service engineers don't work in the field out anymore. They work in the offices. They do just remote analysis of data and troubleshooting. And it is on a much higher level than in the beginning. And I'm pretty sure this will rise further. So on-site troubleshooting might remain on that level, but remote troubleshooting is really rising. So the question is, what's important? These are two abilities, two fields of abilities. It's first electrics and electronics. And this is not specific to AM. This is typical for machinery and for the stuff that service engineers do. And the other one is the remote troubleshooting. So the maybe controversial question might be, is it easier today to be a service engineer? And if you just count the dots from 2005 and 2025, you could say, yes, it's easier today. But In the early days, we had, or a service engineer has had maybe another colleague on his side and 2 or 3 weeks of time to commission such an industrial printing system. Today, he's alone on site, he or her. We also have female service engineers, and he has much less time. This is not 3 weeks anymore. There's maybe 1 week, and it has to be everything much faster and to higher standards than in the beginning. So it is still a demanding job. And for me, the future trend is we have a lot of electronics, we have a lot of artificial intelligence, and this will help us in a lot of fields. But in the end, if you want to build parts, to materialize, to manufacture something, you need humans. And that's the point for the vocational education. Okay, so let's have a look on how to shape the future with additive manufacturing. The first, let's discuss how we can evolve in the AM industry, the vocational training for the workforce. First, I see a big point. We have to improve the international comparability of technical qualifications. This is about professional qualification, the further vocational training, and also I really demand a very special emphasis on electrics and electronic skills. For us as an international company, we have service engineers worldwide, and we train all of them for the initial training in Germany. For a good... Yes, I will finish. Yeah, I finish in a minute. So this is a big point. We need international comparable technical qualifications. And the other one, we need to also implement such comparable qualifications in the AM sector. There are first attempts by the EWF, as I mentioned, and there will also be manufacturer-specific qualifications. So in the end, for those service job profiles at least, there must be a focus on combining sound electrics and electronic skills with others like mechanics, IT, and so on. Okay, last point, to broaden the view on AM. First, AM is a perfect fit for all digital value chains, but AM will never and not reshape the whole manufacturing world. It is a good addition. It has had good opportunities. It gives freedom of design and a lot of other things. So I'm pretty sure we can improve the productivity and we can also speed up for all production workers. Nevertheless, it requires specific skills, but largely it is still based on general professional knowledge. As I mentioned, the field service engineer, it is a job profile that has changed over the years, but it is still based on professional knowledge. And last one, I really would appreciate more harmonization of vocational curricula. And this is more important than special AM skills in vocational training because it is nevertheless changing over the years, the technology. Okay, that's all from my side. Thank you.
Mila. Well, the seminar agenda says that the Z generation finds the new specialized experience and this and disconnect and how can we have this linear curriculum that is based on specific topics? What are the necessary strategies and partnerships to build training capacity pathways centered on skills development that enable the students to have a tailored learning pathway that is relevant for a market that requires a continuously adaptability? This is a huge challenge, Silvia, because on the other hand, we have the complexity of the costs of it. The use of artificial intelligence, being tutors or to prepare a tailored content and have the conversations and questions, and also the preparation of content and materials. Of course, this is an accelerator, but the main issue, as I said, is the experience. The learning process takes place with practices and exchanges, and also the differentiated models. But technology and artificial intelligence might be a helper when we talk about content, but promoting exchange environment, promoting these environments with companies, among organizations, using different means through governments or other non-gov institutions. These are all important experience for the academic curriculum. So we need to reshape the classroom model towards broader experiences. What we see is, as knowledge has a shorter expiration date, the production of knowledge doesn't make sense anymore. Actually, we need the self-management learning environments, understanding that this is very necessary for this new reality. Thank you very much. So, Marcos, how do you see the industries preparing themselves to absorb and incorporate the new job profiles? Do they need a clear strategy for qualification and training inside the own companies? How institutions such as SENAI can assist them? Well, actually, I think the industry at this moment is the opposite way. They are requiring people with these skills. They need people capable of using these tools and technologies. The retraining program industry is one of them, and I'm part of them. I cannot talk on behalf of everyone, but most of them, they have programs such as you with the system helping us with the professional training to learn how to interact and use these tools. And yes, I think that the entire S system is very important for this capacity building. As I said in my presentation, as the S system has been always the industry partner, so it's very important. The market is demanding already. The market likes professionals to meet this demand. Thank you very much, Marcos. Now, Mr. Jurek, technology such as additive technology and digital engineering not only create new roles, but also they integrate particular skills such as design, material science, and production. Looking at these conversions and this integration, how the institutions in partnerships with EOS company and Autodesk, how these educational institutions can develop this curriculum that are in fact multidisciplinary curriculums. What is the pathway to build, to have the engineer of tomorrow that can think systematic and not only fixed on knowledge silos?
Of the question. Okay, nevertheless, maybe I answer. I would say for such organizations like SENAI is a big role to distinguish for the curricula the commonalities. These are the common denominators, like the digital value chain, the digital process chain, that is almost similar for all different technologies in additive. And if there is a special need for certain technologies, it might be left to the manufacturers of those systems but there also could be some standards how to train these specifics by the manufacturers. So in vocational training, I see almost all parts of the digital chain, and I see basics of 3D printing with whatever kind of 3D printer. And there should be also a kind of manufacturer qualification to deal with a special type of technology.
Well, Camila, from what we see here, we see the transition that's really fast in the digital labor market, where the ideal professional, they are not only technical skilled, but as also collaboration and ethics are skills necessary, such as the critical thinking, data governance, and all of them. So, Camila, how can you define this new industry profile of the digital industry? What are the skills that are necessary, and what are the ones that are no longer relevant? Well, this question is hard. Well, I see that some skills, and of course here, all the cybersecurity and the security culture is very important. But something that we lose, it's about how to maintain process. So the process, they need always to be reshaped, and we also need automation. So an important skill to see is the need for innovation, and also the openness for the new thing, and the management skill and changing skill. So how can I manage changes within the organization continuously? So this is a key, it's a core issue when we talk about industry, as we have disruption all the time. When we look at the Chinese industries, it's impressive the level of automation that they apply in the industries in face of other stable moments. So the use of the technologies and the capacity of changing your own way of doing things is very important to meet the market demands. Of course, some of the technical skills, it takes time to lose them. For instance, engineering, etc. When we talk about environmental management, it's highlighted at the time. So, I mean, you lose this status quo of the skill, but other innovation technology skills are added, in particular adaptability. Well, Marcus, now for you, we know that simulators are widely used in the professional education, but do the industries value this type of technologies? Yes, we do. What we've been seeing in the market is the use of simulation tools. Once I have a digital virtual simulation, before executing them, I can ensure the quality of it. And I can operate it remotely before executing. I can refine the model before the first prototype. As I said in my presentation, so the simulation is worth because it brings a financial return for the industry. Thank you very much. Well, we are reach the end. So I have a question for each of you, and also for your final remarks. Well, we start with Ulrich. We are, with all this conversation, we are building a labor market in an ongoing transformation. And young people today, they will be the future leaders of this transformation. If each of you could leave a message for these young people and students that is now entering the labor market? What is the message? What are the attitudes, posture, and culture that they need to cultivate in order to be prosperous in this new era? Jurek, please.
Recommend not to fear the complexity. This is the biggest point. Jump into this pool and learn to use technology to get a knowledge about other technology. So clever usage of AI, for instance, is necessary for the future, for a lot parts of the job. And maybe in the vocational training, combine this with certain fundamental things. Physics don't change, so electrics and mechanics, they will remain. So it is useful to study these things too, in addition to the digital process chain.
Them because they have a lot to teach you, and also to collaborate, because you know that everything that you learn, if you learn with others, you can learn it faster. You can collaborate through systems or with your colleagues, and also to supporting the other one, so you can grow faster. Thank you. Camila? Well, having a growth mindset. So you understand that when you commit a mistake, it doesn't mean that you failed. Actually, the strategy applied didn't work. Thomas Edison once said, what is this feeling? Failed 100 times to invent the lamp. And he said, I didn't fail 100 times. It was only 100 times that I didn't find how to create a lamp. So it's a different mindset. So the professional needs to have this growth mindset. So continue trying, continue applying different strategies, understanding that if you don't reach a goal, it means that you didn't reach that objective at that moment. Yeah, so it's very important in this moment that yes, we have the emotional burden. So take care of your emotional health and share this care through your team. If we are leaders, that we take care of our team, and if we have a good growth mindset, we will not have limits for what we can do for the Brazil and for the world. Excellent. Thank you very much. And with that, we reach the end of our panel. And I think that, of course, we wanted to continue these discussions and learning, exchanging experience with you. So once more, thank you very much for the opportunity of moderating, the opportunity of having shared this stage and screen and learn with you. So thank you very much, Jurek, Camila, Marcos. Thank you very much.
Muito bem, agradeço também aos nossos palestrantes, painelistas, por essa discussão, e fiquei com essa boa lição, né? Decodificando o futuro era o tema, mas também é importante em lembrar do passado e aprendermos com quem já está aí ao longo dos anos na estrada. Aproveito esse momento de agradecimentos também para registrar aqui os cumprimentos a representantes dos Ministérios do Trabalho e Emprego, o Ministério do Desenvolvimento, Indústria e Comércio, também o Ministério da Educação, Ministério da Ciência e Tecnologia, Ministério da Ciência, Ministério da Saúde e Ministério do Meio Ambiente. Além disso também INEP, o IPEA, presidentes e conselheiros do Conselho Nacional de Educação e dos Conselhos de Educação dos Estados e do DF, além de membros do Conselho Nacional de Secretários Estaduais de Educação, o CONSED, e também do Conselho Nacional de Secretários de Ciência e Tecnologia. Representantes também dos Serviços Nacionais de Aprendizagem, SENAC, SENAR e SENAT, diretores e executivos de educação do SENAI, gestores das redes públicas estaduais de educação profissional e de ciência e tecnologia, gestores, professores e alunos das escolas do SENAI, colaboradores da CNI, do SESI e do IEL, representantes de instituições e governos dos países que integram os BRICS, especificamente aqueles que participam dos grupos do Conselho Empresarial dos BRICS e da Aliança para a Cooperação em Educação Profissional dos BRICS, integrantes da World Skills Internacional, empresas patrocinadoras da World Skills Brasil, Conselho Federal dos Técnicos, CFT, organismos internacionais, OIT e Unesco, instituições privadas e especialistas e pesquisadores e demais atores da educação profissional. Para estarmos aqui nesse evento, é importante a união de forças de todos, então, palmas para todos os parceiros deste evento. Muito bem, agora a gente vai dar início ao segundo painel da manhã, com o tema Tecnologia e Talento em Sinergia, a nova dinâmica de educação profissional, que tem como objetivo abordar a necessidade de qualificação e requalificação profissional contínua e as estratégias para desenvolver as habilidades do futuro, onde também será apresentada a abordagem utilizada de conexão da educação com as demandas da economia digital para desenvolver as profissões do futuro, servindo de inspiração para a adaptação de modelos.
So now we'd like to invite to the stage the Regional Director of SENAI, Mr. Carlos Bradini. Welcome. Also, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Education of Brazil, Mr. Marcelo Bragagnoli. And also, we have online in this panel the UNESCO education expert, Mr. Claudio Pronto, and Mr. Zhao Hongquan from China, the Vice Rector of the Navy Construction of Jiangsu and Intelligent Manufacture. During this panel, we have in the screen the QR code to send questions to our panelists. Now I'd like to give the floor to our moderator, Mr. Mr. Carlos Bragini. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I'd like to say hi to all of you, also not only here in this room, but also our virtual speakers. Using the technology, we can share this knowledge everywhere here in Brazil and the world. I will start with my self-description. I am a white man using glasses with a dark pants and also black suit and with a light blue shirt. Well, this discussion is a discussion present since the very beginning of the revolution. Since when we had our first industrial revolutions, we always needed technology and also talents. And we always needed them with synergy. That's what we are going to discuss now, but now with a broader vision of the future, knowing that we have an exponential change that already takes place, and from what we see, it will continue to take place, impacting our industries, companies, and the society. The studies of the future, it was a desire of the humans since the beginning of the history. It's not by chance that different theories for the future were created. The future of work, the work of the future. I mean, we always have future in the daily life of society. The attempt to foresee or to adapt that in order to have a better life. If we get back 60 years ago, an Intel engineer from the US started to use this is a Gordon Moore from Intel engineer, and he used a term that's a law, the law of Moore. The concept was the processing power of transistors, computers, and chips would have a very fast expansion every 2 years, and the processing capacity will double, and the cost reduction. So as time because when we have a higher processing capacity, computational capacity, and technology availability with a lower cost. And he said that in 1965, and I think he was completely right. The cell phone that we have in our hands today has a kind of 1 billion times more processing capacity than we had 60 years ago. And we have the condition of increasing that. Now, maybe our constraints are binding to energy or economic capacities for processing, but the fact is that this is true. The parallel that we have is that human talent does not follow the same exponential growth. Even with the increase of individuals, the individual capacity and skills do not grow in the same pace of technology growth. It means that over the humanity evolution, we have more technologies available, but the human capacity does not follow this exponential curve of growth. It's not by chance that we confirm that with the cell phone that we have in our own hands, and probably we're using only 30% of its capacity. It's not by chance that the computers that we use in the company, softwares and hardwares, in the field as well, from what I came from Mato Grosso State, where we have our grain machine that has 7 million code lines embarked. In the past, we only have a engine and wheels in the field. Today, we harvest soybeans using this technology. And where is the human ability? The need of qualification and requalification, if over the human history was necessary, now it has an absolutely meaning of survival. That's to say that people that does not study, the person that do not study, we won't have a future. This is not different from what our parents used to say. The need of companies to continue their qualification pathways and the individuals to continue their qualification pathways and the teaching institutions to be adapted to this model, offering a more agile training model, it's absolutely necessary. Today, when we learn that the individual was responsible for the study in their life, it's not different from what we have to talk about the industry, companies, or maybe the lifelong training. Companies, they need this continuous training process. In reality, companies are tech institutions to produce or using the technology, but also education institutions. Every human interaction is an education interaction, and there is no company without continuous education in order to maintain as a competitive institution in this market. And then we have the rules of institutions such as SENAI, the S system, the federal professional education system that continuously work to reduce these gaps. Today we have 3 panelists, 3 very special speakers. Claudia Pompa from UNESCO. She's going to share with us a global vision of new skills of the model that UNESCO believes, and it's applying the professional and vocational education and lifelong learning. Mr. Zhao from China is going to share the Chinese experience in cooperation with companies, and also Marcelo Bregagnoli here by my side that's going to talk with us about the new professional educational policy of the Brazilian government, something that guide us in our territory. So with that said, and starting our panel, I'd like to give the floor to Claudia. And Claudia, feel free to use your time and share your vision with us. Thank you.
Good evening online. It's an absolute pleasure to be part of this conversation today. And thank you, as always, to the government of Brazil and SENAI for making UNESCO part of this dialogue about the future of work and the future of skills. For those who are not very familiar with us, UNESCO is the United Nations agency that has a mandate over education, science, and culture. And as part of that, I am a program specialist as part of the Youth Literacy and Skills section in UNESCO headquarters here in Paris. And it's a pleasure also to see so many of our important partners in this conversation. Not only SENAI, who has been really leading the transformation of TVET at a regional level, but also companies like KPMG, World Skills, Temasek. They're all parts of the partners that we work with in this regard. And today I'm going to give you a global view on terms of where we are with technical vocational education and training, and what are some of the expectations about the future, but also some of the resources that maybe UNESCO can help with in this thinking about the future and how to structure really our conversation about this topic. One second. Let's make sure this changes. There we go. So I wanted to start with this very provocative slide that really mentions that in 75 years of education as a right, we have achieved quite considerable results. Since 1948, education has been recognized as a basic human right, and we have, as I mentioned, made remarkable progress with doubling the amount of students being reaching a total of 84%. 84% of our students today are in the classroom. But still, the progress has remained very uneven. We still face a global unemployment of over 190 million people. One third, like more than 60% of the population are working in the informal economy. And we think and calculate also, along with other estimates from the World Economic Forum, that nearly 60% of workers would need some kind of retraining to adapt to new technological advancements. And this is a picture today. Despite the progress, 251 million children are out of school. 763 million adults cannot read and write. 70% of 10-year-olds cannot read a simple text in low and lower middle income countries. We need to recruit 50 million teachers overall, and we expect approximately 25% of jobs to be disrupted in the next 5 years. The global data shows us that even when children attend school, their learning outcomes remain quite poor. And globally, 58% of students have minimum proficiency reading levels, and 44% meet the basic part in mathematics, which means that too many young people are leaving school without the basic skills they need to succeed. We also know, according to the most recent data from the ILO, that 262 million young people are also not in work, so not in education, employment, or training, which is not only a risk from the social side, but also it's an economic risk, as we won't be taking advantage of, we won't be really exploiting the potential of all of these young people. And they might be excluded from the opportunities that are brought together by the digital and the green economy. And I know that this is a conversation about technical education and training, and so you might be wondering, why am I presenting all of this data? And I do so because these are the students that our systems are receiving. These are the students that we have to work with. And these are the students that we're responsible for to ensure that when they leave technical education, they have the right skills at the right level to be successful in the world of work. We recognize that TVET can play a transformative role in this regard and can connect, really acts as a bridge between education and training. And it equips not only young people, but also adults with the skills they need for today and prepares them for the jobs of the future at a time when we see increased industry change. And at UNESCO, we believe that technical education and training is not only essential for employability, for career progression, but also it's essential for inclusive economies and peaceful societies. At the moment, TVET is also embedded within this changing world in which we live, and we have identified at least 6 types of transitions that we are facing at the moment, to which we have to answer and to which our systems need to adapt to. That's why UNESCO has developed a very clear strategy on TVET that looks not only at individuals, but also at economies and societies. And our idea is that, as I mentioned, TVET is not only fundamental for individuals to learn and work, but also for economies to be sustainable and societies to really grow and prosper. However, we also know that the role of education and training is facing multiple challenges. Perception and value remain low. Relevance is not at the level that we require. We still have problems regarding access, equity, and gender. And the quality of training is really not at the level that we would desire. And most times, and most of the countries, particularly in the global south, technical education and training still present very limited pathways to higher education. And I use this quote here because I really feel that it represents the challenge that we're facing today. That we're currently preparing students for jobs that don't exist yet, with technologies that haven't been invented to solve problems we don't know are problems yet. So our responsibility is a great one, but also a challenging one in imagining the future that's coming and making sure that students are prepared with the skills they need. In that regard, I think one of the questions that we often get asked is, so how can UNESCO help? We're working very hard in multiple fronts. One is on policy solutions. We have in-house developed several frameworks to really look at how digital transformation in education is taking place and how we can organize that in a more coherent manner. We also have a very strong role in terms of setting standards and recommendations at international level, going back to the point that KPMG mentioned in the previous panel, ethics. So a couple of years ago, we published the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. We are not technologists, but we care about how people learn and make sure, and we want to make sure that in that process, equity and safety are safeguarded. And so we released these recommendations that were immediately adopted by a majority of countries around the world and continue to set the benchmark on the development of educational technology. And we have several other pieces of work also related to teachers, and we're working also on the use of AI for students. We're also developing frameworks to think about how digital transformation is affecting technical vocational education and training. I have put here one of the reports that we have released a couple of years ago where SENAI was actually part of our case studies and really shows the different transitions that TVET centers and TVET systems can go through in their digital transformation process. And we also conduct research to really make sure that when we do policy support with countries and member states, that we do it in an informed way and that we are providing evidence-based decision making. Next month, or by the end of the year, we hope to launch a publication called Lifelong Learning Entitlements from Design to Impact, where we will be looking at some difficult policy questions regarding the need for upskilling and reskilling, but who pays the bill? And I think this is a complex question because is it the individual, is industry, is the government, who is responsible for this, and what are the options available for lifelong learning cost? And so this report will be coming soon, and we hope it can set up or start at least a conversation about the important issues that are coming our way. We're also very keen on providing the data and skills foresight. This is what I call our newest baby. The Global Skills Tracker is an AI tool which tracks skills demand across countries and can give analysis of data based on occupations and sectors. And we also have focused some of its analysis capabilities on green skill and digital skills, which are key skills in the dual transition with an emphasis on artificial intelligence. At the moment, this was just recently launched. We have 10 countries covered by the skills tracker. We hope to add 10 more by the end of November. And while Brazil is still not covered, this is also something that we're in discussions to really see how we can expand the scope and the coverage of the tracker with different governments. Another key area of resources that we have is the UNEVOC. UNEVOC is a network of TVET institutions around the world, and they're really focused on providing hands-on resources for these institutions, not only at the institutional leadership, training, and student level, but also in the ecosystem in which they operate. So they have tons of resources regarding digital transformation, digital framework, toolkits, and open educational resources. And for all of you who are sitting in the audience, particularly students and trainers, I invite you to visit the website and investigate and research which of all the tools that they have available could be useful to you. And we also are very invested in working with governments on training and partnerships. During the pandemic, the UNESCO came together with the private sector to create the Global Education Coalition. And since then, it has trained more than 1.7 million youth around the world on digital skills. And this is all in cooperation with the private sector and all done also in cooperation with governments and for free. And we really look at ways to expand this commitment and continue offering the set of skills that we really need for the future to young people. But as we all know, it's not only about the technology when we do or we talk about digital transformation. It's also about equity. It's also about sustainability, and it's also about social justice. And to really talk about that, we still need to think about how are we going to capture or how we're going to reach the 66% of school-age children who do not have an internet connection at home. Only 46% of countries around the world have national digital standards. Only 13% of countries have policies for equitable tech access in school. And as of recently, and as of 2023, this is the data from the Global Education Monitoring Report, only 50% of secondary schools were connected to the internet, which means that the way that we still have to go, it's quite significant, and we still have a lot of work ahead of us. And for the way forward, I really wanted to invite you, and this is really a call of action to lifelong learning. Let's think about integrated systems for continuous training and how can we adapt to labor market changes. Today is artificial intelligence, and 5 years it will be something else. So let's really keep thinking about how can we deploy the tools that we have at our disposal to really reach more of students around the world, particularly those from disadvantaged backgrounds. Can we think about micro-credentials, upskilling and reskilling, and lifelong learning models that are suitable for everyone? Let's also really think about regional mechanisms to share good practices and reference tools. Oftentimes, we don't get to appreciate how much has already been done and how much knowledge and experience there is. SENAI, as I mentioned, is really an outlier in terms of Tibet education and training, which can provide a lot of valuable experiences to regional and international players. Let's keep thinking about ethics and a human-centered approach to tech. Technology is a tool, but humans need to be at the center, and different groups and different subgroups need to be really represented in the design of the tech and in its deployment. And let's have a call to action. As you might know, we're far away from achieving our commitments to Sustainable Development Goal 4 related to education. But that doesn't mean that we should give up our efforts. I think this is, if anything, a call to continue our work together and really improve what we're doing. And finally, let me just say that education is not just a human right, but is also the foundation of resilient societies, of inclusive economies, and sustainable industries. And when we invest in technical vocational training and in digital skills and skills for the future, what we're doing really is investing in people, investing in innovation, and investing in a more inclusive future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudia, for your presentation, for sharing UNESCO's vision. Now, I would like to invite our panelist, Mr. Sao from China, and in the end, we'll have the Q&A session. So, Mr. Sao, welcome. You have the floor.
Panels and export today. Today my topic is China's School Enterprise Cooperation, political practice and pathways for advancing international integration of the vocational education. I'm Zhao Hongquan from Jiangsu Maritime Institute. It's an honor to address you today on behalf of BRICS Business Council Working Group on Skill Development. This event is an important platform for political exchange, case sharing, and cross-section collaboration. Today, I will share you with Chinese experience in school enterprise cooperation and the international integration of the vocational education organized around 8 key points. First is the introduction. The world is experiencing mature industry transformation driven by the new technologies like AI, IoT, and smart manufacturing. These changes are creating both change and opportunities in skill development. many countries are facing a growing skill gap, especially in high-level technology skills.
Zal, você me ouve?
China's
So, can you hear me? Please, so you can share your screen. The slides, please. Your slide is not in a full screen, and you are in the slide number 1. You are going through your presentation, but we are not seeing the sequence of the slides. We are on slide number 1. You shared your screen, but the presentation is not moving.
Is this one is okay?
Ok.
Sim, okay. Yes, okay.
Problem. Okay, I continue. China's experience may offer useful insights. Over the years, China has built the world's largest manufacturing system. And China's experience may be useful insight. A key supporter to this achievement is our strong vocational education system, which supplies skills and talent to the industries. And additionally, the Belt and Road Initiative have created new opportunities for international cooperation in vocational education. This is not a one-way knowledge transfer. It's about sharing resources, learning from each other, and achieving win-win outcomes. And futures of the modern vocational education system. China vocational education system have 3 main features. First, it is multi-level and interconnected, covering secondary vocational education, higher vocational education, and applied undergraduate programs and continuing education. It provides a learning pathway for people at all stages. And second, it's impressed deep integrating with the industry. Designed based on the market needs, teaching compulsory and practice through practice and simulations. This helps students to adapt quickly to real work environment. Third, it supports lifelong learning as technology changes. Workers need to keep learning. Our system offers flexible training so everyone can upgrade their skills through their career. And I will to introduce the key members of School Enterprise Corporation. Let me highlight 4 main ways school and company work together. First is the order-based training. Companies and schools design training programs together. Students receive target education and off join in company after graduation. This reduces the recyclement cost and ensure talent supply. The second is shared training base. Companies provide equipment to school so students can train on advanced machines. This greatly improves practice skills. And the third, you see the map is modern apprenticeships. Students learn at school and work as trainers in the companies. Skilled workers serve as mental teaching practice skill and professional spirit. The fourth main is industry university research collaborations. School and companies work together to technology development. This innovation improves both education and industry growth. These mechanicals help students gain employable skills and provide companies with the talent they need. And the fourth, I want to government level police supply. In China, the government provides strong support through both the politics and the laws. National plans and skill standard guide vocational education reform. The second is financial incentive. Tax breaks and subsidy encourage companies to practice. And the third is cooperation platforms. The government helps build alliance training centers and innovation base. The fourth is the system guarantees. Long-term mechanics supports teacher exchange and continue investment. This measurement creates a supportive environment for school enterprise cooperation. And the five is the school level innovations. School also active improve the education through. First is dynamic lesson updating. We're working with companies to keep teaching content up to date with industry trend. Teacher development. Teachers gain industry experience and exposure from companies. Teach and mentor at school. It means we ask a lot of workers or the experts to our school for teaching. And the third is international standard. We adopt a global education standard and help students international certificates. Same like we have the international welding engineer, and we have adopt the CWI standard, kinds of this. This step improved education quality and students' readiness. And the sixth I want to introduce is enterprise level engagement. Companies share resources. Companies share equipment, provide the dates and funding scholarships and sending experts to teach. And we also have together to co-development course. We have a lot of dates from the companies help school to design and curriculum that match real industry needs. This close involvement ensure that education remains relevant and forward-looking. It means we have very close to the company and the technologies. The second is pathway toward international. We are expanding international cooperation through the first is languages plus skills and standard. Working with the global part 2 development programs recognized according borders. And digital toys using the VR and AR and online platform to enable cross-border training and collaborations. And the third is multi-recognized, promoting alignment of skill and qualifications worldwide. The goal is to improve the talents who are skilled, global aware, and adaptable, global craftsmen. And the conclusion and the future outlook. School enterprise cooperation in China has become a mutual practice that supports industry growth and talent development. Looking ahead, we must build a global ecosystem for industry education collaborations. promote mutual recognize of the skill and standards across the countries, and expand partnership with the BRICS, Belt and Road countries, and other international organizations. Together, we can create more opportunities for young people and support economic growth worldwide. Let's work together to connect the world through education and innovation. Thank you. And I want to say, now it's the 21 p.m. in China, and I need to back to home. So I hope all of you have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Zhao. Feel free. For time, we would like to thank you for sharing your experience. Thank you for being too late with us. Thank you for sharing the vocational experience from China. Thank you very much. Well, now I'd like to give the floor to Marcelo Bergagnoli, that's going to share the visions from the Ministry of Education. Well, the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. As Marcos said, well, I cannot see from the chair, so I have to come the way here. So I'd like to thank the opportunity and invitation from SENAI for this partnership towards the technology professional skills improvement. The S system is essential, as well as all the networks that work serious with the federal government, and then now assume this commitment. I'm going to share a few examples of this shared action. I'd like to greet Carlos, and I'd say good evening to, good afternoon, Dr. Claudia, and also good evening, Dr. Kazao, and also the Ministry of Education's team here. We have colleagues here that are profoundly attentive to the developments of this world of today. My self-description: I'm a white man with a blue suit, with white old hair, and I think that it's getting worse because I'm getting old and also working with the ministry with a so intense work. But it's an important work that is resulting in benefits to our population with synergy. President Obama was very happy yesterday to say about the integration and partnership between systems. And this is what we try to reflect in our daily work in order to effectively offer technology education with quality for our Brazilian people. So we see advantages and disadvantages. I'm going to try to show the best overview, and I have some observations here, but I'm going to share some of the policies developed by the Brazilian government for technology and vocational education, and some complementary policies, and also some personal remarks, my standpoint about the moment we are living in this discussion of today. So the Brazilian reality of today that was highlighted by Claudia, she shared a world overview. In Brazil, it's not so different. We have 9 million Brazilian people that are in the school age, that are not in a classroom, and also and either in the labor market. This is a fact in Brazil. And these are a target audience that we need to promote specific policies. And our minister, Camilo, has been always requesting, asking from us special attention. The labor world, or even the whole world, brings up that very soon we will have new jobs, new skills. In particular, as the previous panel mentioned, in artificial intelligence, data analysts, engineering, robotics, automation, cybersecurity. So we have a challenge ahead of us, but we also have opportunities. And Brazil very recently launching a survey that proved that 85% of young people would like to have a more applied and targeted learning process and studies. A study that is targeted into practices, something that is applicable, and especially with a fast return. A young people today thinks about his or her study with a fast return. So it has this fast pace, timing, that is faster than my generation, and I am about 50, that used to think in long term. But today, young people today want it to be applicable, and they want it in the classroom. Methodologies, how to apply. I'm an executive, and I used to say that I work in the theory world, but I like to see things applied. I was a former rector, and that's what I tried to do during my term as a rector. It was about feeling, it's about emotion, because society cannot wait some actions. We had a practical example of it during the pandemic. The institutions from as system, the federal network, needed to be very fast in giving a response to society. If these institutions weren't prepared in an execution aspect to apply that, we wouldn't be capable of offering a response as we did. The Ministry of Education has a very specific target, and at this moment the target is established that we need to introduce into the technological education 3 million people more. And I also say that in addition to young people, we also have the young people in adult education. We are in a process of qualification and requalification, and this is one of the targets proposed inside the new education plan, to add 3 million more enrollments in this education policy. So this is what we have. We have now more than 2 million enrollments in this learning model. And in Brazil, the last 23rd, we celebrated the National Vocational Education Day. So it shows how can we expand this offer. In order to do so, we need tools, important tools. And China mentioned here. I learned the Chinese platform for cooperation. This is something that Brazil needs to evolve, especially with regard to monitoring and assessment. I'm going to talk about the law published that establishes the National Assessment Institution for Technology Education. We know how important it is, this cooperation, and also how important it is to give a return to the Brazilian society. But in addition to the system that we need to follow and monitor with specific parameters in order to offer results to Brazilian society. I also have interactions with the Parliament, the Congress, that is analyze the new educational planning, and we are working with intermediate targets. The last PNE had a final target that was 10 years, and it makes sense in order to have the effective of the public policies to have a mid-line analysis. And approaching these topics, I want to share with you a few topics on the national policy of the EPT. It's a technology education program. And I said that in the opening with the president. This planning is an inclusive process. Dr. Claudia mentioned the importance of this planning as an inclusive process, following the perspective of generating jobs and also to increase income and also improving the quality of life. So this planning promotes that, and it's associated to the principle of country development, nation development, once it is part of the labor work. So with that, I thank all the ministries attending this seminar, in addition to the Ministry of Education, that will work with us, prepare the proposal. And here I mention this national policy because it brings guidelines for this planning. And we follow specific analysis. Of course, we have a lot to build. And also, these policies brings the accountability and the commitment to increase the number of enrollments. As I said, Minister Camilo has the target of achieving 3 million people. And as part of this policy, we want to establish new actions. I'm going to give details about the education interest that is a part of a PROPAG strategy. The full-time school program that is also very appreciated by Minister of Education, and it has, as in a broader view, Minister of Education and SENAI promoting these actions with the states, the federal network expansion with new unities, and also qualification programs. As was said here, the importance of qualification and requalification, and of course, we have the Brazilian program, and I'm going to highlight that. It is a Pronatec program. It is a program that wasn't appreciated in previous years, but it shares a very advantage in once we established. And of course, as part of Brazilian policies, I have to talk about a very important policy to prevent students drop out. We have the full-time program, and also we have the PED-MEA program, that is a monthly payment, a monthly compensation for students who achieve the results. So we are entering the second stage of this program. We will analyze them and study its expansion. So Minister Camilo has been working with the team to analyze this program and think on the expansions with good perspectives, as our director of ours of SETEC says, intending to expand it for technology education. Hopefully, we can extend this program EPT to be appreciated, to be valued more than it is today. And as part of the strategies that we have to broaden the number of participants, we have the PROPAG, that is the state debt payment program. And the objective is to create a financial sustainability strategy. We used to question the process when we don't have money or budget. And the PROPAG, the interest, follows this view. That is the payment of the state's debit interest and changing into investments in technology or education. And as established in decree, until 60% will be established following the technology vision. The application plans will be analyzed by states. And it's important to say that important partners and create these interactions with states, not only to join the program, but also to work jointly with an application plan. This is very important in order to achieve the targets that society needs. This is very interesting and into place at the moment because it follows the budget constraint perspective. And as part of the policies that we have to achieve one of the targets proposed as the PNE project is the Pronatec program, the National Program for Access to TVET Employment. It's a program that promotes not only the qualification process, but also the requalification of people. We reestablish this action, and here I mention, among several actions, 2 of them that several partners have been working with it. That is the 1,000 Women program and the Bioeconomy program. We have a few actions taking place in different regions of the countries. I think, in particular, a 1,000 Women program target we want to achieve in the end of the last year 150,000 women joining this qualification program. This is something that is symbolic because it's a program resumed, but overall is an inclusive project process for women, and also sustainability. Bioeconomy brings this principle of sustainability, in particular in this energy transition moment, in particular with the Amazon biome. So we have this Amazon biome integration work, so it has been working intensively with that. And as I said here, a very aspect, from my standpoint, I share here some opinions from the current Secretary of Technology Education about the possibilities of professional education in different areas. So first, offers. The need of these offers in face of the current world to be flexible. We talk about the same presentation. Today we have an ordinance for same presentation work for higher education. We are studying how can we adapt this process and use that for technology and professional education. So it's important for you to participate in this process. It's something that will be very important. The active methodologies, interactivity, in particular considering these young people that wants to see the pragmatic actions with a fast return. And also it was mentioned but not discussed, that is the entrepreneurial vision innovation. And I need to say that we have in different institutions, that is the juniors company. These are students organization that start to engage with the world out of the classroom. And this kind of an initiative with these junior companies provide the young people the innovative vision. So Brazil stands out in this area, in particular with the formation process of the students. And of course, when we talk about these initiatives, we need to identify the audience that we are targeting. As part of professional education, we have these young people, 14, 15-year-old, that are attending technical education. We have young people in adult educations, that the so-called Asia EPT here. We have our artisan, and here maybe this language for other countries not used, but for us here, the subsequent technical is very important and needs to be appreciated, because this is the student worker that is during the day works somewhere and also use another moment to be updated, to improve or requalified. So in order to offer this opportunity, is necessary a flexible work day. So if you wake up 5 a.m. to go to work and leaves at 6 p.m. and then you need to study at night, so it's something that we need to think about. Today we don't have an open net policy about these professions, but it's important to say that. And of course, as well said here, the qualification and requalification process, that is something that we need to take into consideration at all moments. I also shared the traditional traditional tech courses. Of course, as I said, as a new shape, these are courses with their spaces, but they need to be adjusted to technologies. And here I think we need to advance on the technical specialization. In Brazil, the qualification and requalification process that is a post-technical qualification, we need to optimize this process. This is where we can find perhaps an opportunity. A person that attended a course 10, 20 years ago to upgrade their knowledge. Today, the legislation say 85% of their workload. So this is a very great opportunity as well. As I said, I think we need to move forward the legislation flexibility, in particular in adapting the work world dynamics. I was in the front line. I've been a rector in education institution, and our management in my administration we had 3,000 students, and then we have 65 students going to the labor market, and we have to give them opportunities, and opportunities with quality. So we think we need to be pragmatic while the work world demands from us. And I think we have a resistance in this analysis. I know that SENAI has a very specific dynamic, but all the institutions and states, they need to be adapted to this work world. And the legislation is the core issue. It needs to be faster. Of course, as experimental courses, quick courses, as I have here, digital transformation, the curricular modernization, well discussed here. I think Fabio works with that at DAF dynamically with states, and he knows the need and improvements required, in particular of qualification and requalification. So we have this conservative vision, so we need to expand this point of view, and of course to increase our strategic areas of the country. And finally, there's something that is essential in this process, that is the capacity building of teachers for technology education. We need quality and we need quantity. We have a lot of theory and theorists, but often we don't have this connection. That's why I appreciate the word skills concept, because it can associate the practical issues and the reality. So these type of initiatives needs to be appreciated, and the formation of teachers needs to change. And here I'd like to mention the public institutions. We also need to get into the qualification and requalification. That professor and the teachers that is stuck to that course index and doesn't upgrade and change, it's bad. So we need to change them and need to upgrade them, and we have to go in through a process like this one to go into a qualification process. I thank you the opportunity, because otherwise I would be at my office signing papers, discussing technical ordinances, etc. But at this moment I'm going through a qualification process, and I think that this is what we have to do: adapting the curricular issues, updating our curriculars, are updating our institutions, and adjusting to demands. And also just to say that a central issue we have in everything, that is the emotional intelligence. Well said here. I think the balance brings a lot of things. The soft skills, we also need to work and develop them. It was clear after the pandemic, but more than ever, we need to associate the practical aspects of the technology education, but always take into consideration the emotional skills. Thank you very much. Well, so now we reach the Q&A session. We start it very soon, but I'd like to talk with Claudia. So Claudia, we have a question for you and the question from our audience on how the professional educational institutions are being adapted to this new digital transformation scenario, and Could you tell us about the pro-skilling, upskilling curriculum programs and also UNESCO's vision for education professional for this new scenario of digital transformation?
Great, thank you so much for the questions and great presentation so far. It's always good to know that we're so aligned in the mindset and the thinking about the future of technical education and training. So in terms of how institutions have been adapting, I think it really depends on where in the world you are and how is the setup and the context in which you are as well. I think we've seen it all. From institutions in crisis scenarios or in post-conflict contexts, which are rebuilding themselves and really thinking about the future and already implementing digital solutions as part of their other adaptation, to more traditional institutions who are really looking at how to introduce digital and AI solutions as part of their provision, to more cutting-edge institutions who are really exploring and playing with different technologies to provide a really meaningful and relevant in-classroom experience through simulations, VR, etc. In terms of upskilling and reskilling, it's great. That's a great question. I think that when we're looking at the future of TVET, really we're looking at also a sizable part of the population that will need upskilling and reskilling. In the particular context of Latin America, the youth dividend, it's still being felt, but the reality is also that societies are aging and they need to prepare for the future by upskilling and reskilling. This is already a reality in several countries in Asia and in other regions around the world, for sure in also Europe and North America. So in this regard, what TVET can offer really is short, flexible, cutting-edge, tackable programs that can provide workers with the specific skills they need to adapt to changes in the labor market. Because of the cost of education, which also in a lot of countries has been privatized, increasingly people are looking for shorter courses that can really give them the skills they need to answer to the needs of their job in that moment in time. It's what we call just-in-time and skill set. They need it for that specific time and for that specific moment in order to solve a very specific issue. So that you're not going to get in a 4-year training course. You will get it perhaps in a 3 to 6 months training course that can give you a badge or a micro-credential. Then when you next year take another course, you will be able to stack those one on top of each other to really show your expertise in an area. So this is where, with a lot of what has already been said before, we're thinking about. So this issue of short, flexible, cutting-edge, stackable skills. I guess there are still a lot of questions, and this also relates to the previous panel about the recognition and transferability of these skills, meaning that when we talk about a certain skill, we all understand it in the same way and that they are assessed in the same way. So this issue of recognition is a big issue, and it's something that we are working on very hard. And I think I just wanted to add also the issue of teacher training, which is not minor. We are at UNESCO, we're just coming back, the senior management has just come back from the Santiago Consensus, when there was a World Teachers meeting where these issues were discussed. And our teachers in Tibet are aging and are not being replaced. So this is something that the sector also needs to look into and really think about how are we going to attract the new cohort of teachers with really edge skills in terms of technology that can provide those meaningful experiential training in the classroom, as it was said. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, Cláudia. Agora eu vou conversar com o Marcelo. Marcelo.
Thank you, Claudia. Now, Marcelo, we know that education is based on the conservative models such as curriculum, time, workload, and the world changes. And what I want to hear from you is how the professional education can help in this transition to more agile models, more flexible, that can assure at the same time the interest from the young person, but also the capacity of this worker to become an excellent professional. Now, Carlos, I think that this is very interesting. And I said here there's a different audience that we can have in the professional education. In the process with a 14, 15 young person, we are very concerned with the citizenship formation, but also the technical aspect that can bring to a more productive participation in the work world. When we talk about adult education, it's a different analysis. When we talk about short courses, it's a different perspective. So I share here a specific scenario, and Bruno, our director, is here. We are working this moment in international portfolio of technical courses, and we are trying to find flexibility possibilities. I said about the experimental courses, and we want to advance in this point. It's not an advanced institution, but also as part of their plans in the daily work, share methodologies possibility. We talk about active methodology, but we do not apply, in fact. So educational methodologies that are more attractive to that young person, to feel welcome, to feel part of this process. We have analysis in SETAC, and this is from institution to institution, from course to course. We see the same course, and if I may, to say for instance, a mechanics technical course in a specific institution, it has 95% of conclusion. In another institution, the same technical course on mechanics, it has a 40%, 30% of the students concluding, following the same guideline. So something it's different, maybe. And I fully believe in methodology, and I mentioned the PEDMEA program, that is the monthly compensation program, but it's also part, as I said, on the legislation that needs to be flexible, but in particular an analysis inside the institution, inside our school units, to offer the attractiveness for the audience. And see, we have situations with young and adult education where we start a course with 40 people, and then we don't have no students in the end, because we have different methodologies that is different for other audience and other age range. So we have this variation, but overall, the school unity has a huge responsibility in bring this activity and make it attractive in different ways. And I discussed that with Morgado once. It's pointless to have a guideline top to bottom if in the bottom it's not applied yet. And in case of teachers that are essentials, we are moving the moment of today with the ProPac program. We have the notice being analysis from private institutions, but we cannot say that it's not about the superior offer, the graduation, but I am completely tending to offer a professional studies. There are different analysis. A graduation course has a specific characteristics. Inside of the professional education is a different characteristic, a different feature. So it's not automatic. And I'm saying that in this moment because, of course, with ProPrag, we see the possibility of expanding the number of vacancies and spots, and as I said, as an application program. So I approached different aspects here, trying to share that with you. Well, I will get back to Claudia once more, just to finish with you these questions. You share in the presentation a very broad and strategic and holistic vision about the inequalities that we have in the world with regard to education. What is your vision and UNESCO's visions in the new phase of the humanity where we have digital transformation? How governments and entities can come together to prevent the increase of inequalities, and how can institutions work actively to mitigate them?
Thank you for the question. At UNESCO, we're strong believers of multi-stakeholder partnerships. Really statements. So we will really need to work hand in hand together, government with industry and civil society, to really overcome the issues of skills gaps and seeing TVET and education not only as an answer to jobs and an answer to labor markets, but really as an answer to societies. If we want our societies to prosper, this cannot be only the problem from government or only a problem for industry. We really need to join our forces and think creatively about what can we do together within the limited resources that we're all having at the moment. I think there are wonderful experiences at the regional and national level that can be leveraged and that we can learn from. For establishing the future. We've heard about learning processes in Africa where there is very limited access to internet and how they're overcoming that. We know that training of indigenous populations and remote populations in certain parts of Latin America are going very well and are experiences that are worth telling and sharing. And I think this idea that technology can be a problem or a solution. This can be, and it's in our hands really to decide the way forward. And what is really important here is also that we as humans, if we want to continue prospering in the future, we really would need to learn, unlearn, and learn again to be able to really become the citizens of the 21st century that we want for our societies. Thank you.
Ok, obrigado, Cláudia.
Thank you, Thank you, Claudia. Well, Marcelo, here we have a plenary with leaders in education, people that are continuously planning, thinking on strategies to reach this target that is a mobile target. Now it seems that it's more mobile than ever. And from your vision and from the government's vision, what is your recommendation for these leaders and the leaderships here and online that needs to have in their strategy agenda, budget agenda, so we can be more relevant for the development of the future of the country? Well, this is a question that I could answer in 2 hours or 2 minutes, but it's quite interesting what you raised, and it has absolutely to do with what Claudia said before. Physical, financial resources constraint. How can we use the education experiences from other countries, from other institutions, and leverage them? Sometimes a neighbor of mine, I can learn with them, and what you said here, to learn unlearn and relearn, and this is very important. But I think the core is partnership. It was said before yesterday in the opening session and also in her initial remarks. There is a synergy and optimization process. So within the resource constraints and the changing of the world, we need to establish partnerships between private stakeholders, public partners. I think we need to be humble and say that we are not the owner of the reason. We are not always right. And I used to say that every absolutism is a relativism. And a professor of mine used to say that, and I said, how come? And what it makes us think, we need to think and reanalyze our point of view and analyze a methodology being applied in institution unity. And I have been through that in a school that I worked during 26 years and think, hey, and wonder, is that the correct pathway or do we need to change? And this is what we need to do. Sometimes in school we have a very practical work with students, and of course you have the reshaping of this whole process, and the student wants something to engage with. He wants something scientific. It's not only to say, hey, took this tool and use this tool. No, she wants to know what is the reason of using this tool, what is the impact. So we need to be analytical and think about this, what the students is thinking. So thinking about partnerships, and I want to get back to the pandemic. The pandemic brought us a lot of lessons, and we need to think in that specific moment because we needed that knowledge, and this knowledge was created to save lives. And we saved lives, and we learned with the process. And we also learned the importance of partnerships, because together we can move forward, we can advance. So here, for instance, the relationship between SENAI and the federal government. In a moment, maybe conceptually in the past, due to the lack of understanding, there is a competition. No, actually, it's the opposite. We have synergy. We can optimize, we can potentialize our work if we work together. So sometimes maybe in Unity it's offering the theory and other institutions offering the practical experience. So maybe we can share spaces inside a company, partner company, following the principle of social justice, and we can apply these knowledges, exchange it in this environment. So I think this is the point, this is the core issue in this modern world, is to go hands with hands and work with partnerships. This is an excellent answer. Thank you very much. So now we reach the end of our panel. I'd like to thank for the opportunity to moderate. I'd like to thank the director Gustavo, Felipe for the opportunity, and also to thank you, Marcelo, for your work, and also Claudia, and also Mr. Zal for generosity for sharing this so important, valuable information with all of us. Thank you very much.
Muito bem, agradecemos a participação dos nossos painelistas. Pedimos que se acomodem agora nos seus assentos, porque vamos dar sequência aqui ao nosso terceiro e último painel deste seminário. O nosso terceiro painel tem o tema Roteiros para o Amanhã, Cases para a Indústria do Futuro, e trará experiências de instituições de educação profissional, assim como o trabalho que vem sendo desenvolvido pela Google, voltado ao desenvolvimento de ferramentas de trabalho altamente dinâmico, impulsionado pela inteligência artificial e pela automação. Então, convidamos ao palco agora o superintendente de Educação Profissional e Superior do SENAI, Departamento Nacional, e moderador deste painel, Felipe Morgado. Por favor, pode subir ao palco. Também chamamos o diretor de aprendizagem, Google Cloud, América Latina, Fábio La Selva.
Fábio La Selva from Google Cloud Latin America, and also online with us, the Deputy Director of the Informatics School, Temasek Polytechnic of Singapore, Mr. Satish Siratan. And also, the Deputy Director of the Excellence Campus of the Future Industry of France, Mr. Eloise Leloup. Also a global leader in professional education and trade from the government of UK, Mr. Jonathan Ledger. During this panel, we have available in our screen the QR code to send questions. So if you have questions, please use your cell phone and send your question. Well, that's nice. We are now in the final panel. I think you could see that we leave out from the work company perspective, and then we land on how countries are dealing with these transformations. And now we have the institutions learning their cases, learning their choices. And this is the dialogue that we want in this panel. Sharing not only reflections from the public policy world, but also diving deeper into cases and institutions that can help us. We will start with Jonathan Ledger from the UK. He's going to share with us how the professional education institutions in the UK are reshaping this process for the students' formation for the industries. I think everyone here knows the importance of, everyone here is aware of the issue on how to retain the students in this institution. So it's important to learn with the UK's experience. So Jonathan, thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. It's a great honour to be here with you, to be able to talk about what's happening in the UK with technology and TVET and skills and training, because it's a big area. And I've been listening in for the last hour or so to some of the very important themes that have been covered. And I hope that I will reinforce some of that during my presentation here with you today. I just thought I could take this opportunity to set out a couple of things about our ambitions. And we really believe that you are, trying to transform and enable a systemic reform in education systems, and skills and training is a way to do that. We believe that having skilled talent enables economic growth and sustainability through an appropriately skilled workforce. We are absolute advocates of making sure that we share world-class best practice in teaching and design and policy and all sorts of areas. And we want to create mutually beneficial opportunities to work together for the benefit of all of our countries. So, very much pleased to be here. I am a big fan of skills and training. I've spent 35 years in my life dealing with skills and training, and I believe that skills and training are first choice, every time choice, never a second choice, bad choice. And that is the mentality that we need to teach to parents, to employers and to government officials to ensure that the skill system is the very best that we can have. And I agree as well with UNESCO and ILO in the sense that we have to deal with it at the individual level, we have to deal with it at the institutional level, we have to deal with it at the societal level and the government level, and the employer level in particular. And you'll see as we go through my presentation that everything we do in the UK is about industry, and that has made a big difference to the way that we approach our skills and training. So it's been said before, but the young people that are in education at the moment, 75% of them will do jobs in 20 years' time, and we have no idea what those jobs look like. And I hold up on screen at the moment, a mobile phone, and that is testament to the exact example that we're talking about, is that, in 20 years' time or 30 years' time, there will be new technologies that come along, new jobs that come along, and we are responsible right now for training those young people in those jobs. And that's quite a difficult thing. We're almost blind. And as fast as we talk about artificial intelligence, the next one comes along. So everything is changing really quickly, really fast, and it gets faster and faster and faster. If we go back 100 years, the rate of change maybe would have been one change every month or every year. Now it's like 5,000 changes that happen in society every single day. So pace is picking up. Our brains have to be able to cope with that. And that means we have to have a lifelong learning approach. And everything that we do in the UK enables lifelong learning to happen. In many countries that I work, and I work in 78 countries, I see lots of people, they go through education, they get their college certificate, maybe they go on to university, they collect a degree, and then they think that gives them a job. Well, it makes you clever, doesn't actually make you clever in work, doesn't necessarily make you ready for work. And there are lots of statistics that show around the world, and India is an example that I use, where lots of people complete their training in a university, and then only 1% get a job in the subject they took in university, because they don't have the skills to do the jobs that are required by Indian society. So they have to go through a reskilling process, and that is a waste of time and energy, and it doesn't really help anybody. So better to focus on skills and training to deliver the skills that are required to get the jobs that are available in the job market. So in the UK, we have a number of big strategies at the national government level, and of course we have them at the regional level as well. And I've done a list of some of the latest changes, and all the way through these you will keep seeing the terminology around artificial intelligence, cyber, everything to do with clean growth, net zero, all of these things, infrastructure planning, need artificial intelligence, need new technologies. Everything is about new technologies in every single strategy. And so we're working hard, whether it's biofuels for cars or new energy for homes. We are working hard to make sure that we have the right skilled talent to be able to deliver that. And to do that, we need our colleges and our universities and our private training providers, awarding bodies, chartered bodies, all of those that are involved in skills delivery, to be really focused on that as well. There is a continued skills mismatch. Wherever you go in the world, there will always be complaints from industry that we have people leaving university and college and school, and they don't have the skills, they are not work ready to be able to do the job. And that is the job that we're trying to fix in education. So our colleges in the UK have to work hand in hand really closely with our employers, big groups, small groups, large employers, small employers, it doesn't matter. Everyone has to be represented, and we have to work in partnership with them to get their expertise on what goes into a curriculum. We have to get their expertise about the labour market information, what will jobs look like in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, so that we can look further down the road and foresee what is coming. It's also about making sure that they're involved in the loop of reviewing students as well as reviewing curriculum. And of course, when things change, we want them to update our teachers, because it's already been said, teachers go and they become clever teachers, but then, they don't necessarily have the work experience that's required to teach the student really good skills. So we try to complete that circle by making sure that teachers are well trained at the same time. And then, of course, government will look at policies and systems like funding, for example, around how does it then support colleges and students to be able to make those changes that they need to make to their future education. So lots of advancements. I'm not going to spend too long on this, because I think you've been talking about this that I heard in my ear all of this time. So there are lots of changes happening, and we have to continually evolve our education system. And it does feel like sometimes that the UK skills and training system just constantly keeps changing, but that's because society keeps changing and technology keeps changing, and so we have to try and keep up with that, and that's not an easy thing to do. So we have to make sure that we embed this adaptability and technology, and coupled with these technical skills are, of course, lots of what I call human skills, personal skills, soft skills, whatever you want to call them. So things like teamwork and resilience and problem solving, and all of those things have to be coupled with technological skills and hard skills, as it were. So modular flexibility around learning is really important. Bite-sized stackable qualifications and training, bit like Lego bricks or brick wall. They need to stack up and make points. More points make prizes. We need to support recognition, which we do in the UK system, through a very, very flexible approach around certificating modules and whole qualifications. And our industries are part of the design, so they accept those qualifications and trainings as part of employment for the long term. Some of our training programs have technology already automatically built in, and some have to be kind of thinking about that. So whether you're dealing with apprenticeships where you are based at work and you never really go to a training provider as such, or a college, all done at work, you'll be using technology, and we have to make sure that that technology is safe, you know, that it is secure, that you're cyber aware, but you can also use it confidently. And that's where colleges working in partnership with employers is really, really crucial. If you're doing language, there are lots of language providers in the UK, and they do what's called vocational language, or English with a specific purpose. So this is language for the job that you're going to do. So if you're going to work in the maritime sector, as an example, you want to know about maritime English, not where Buckingham Palace is, right? So that won't get you a job, but knowing where different sides are on a boat, or different terminology is to do with maritime, is really important in the maritime sector. So vocational English and delivering that online and using artificial intelligence and machine learning is really, really important. Gaming and simulation is a big way that colleges are really transforming their education systems at the moment, to make sure that they can really test young people in the way that they're learning. So you can do welding, as an example, online using a stylus pen, and you can use that stylus to do welding, and you can learn 90% of the skills without all of the smoke and all of the noise that goes on. So, you know, it's creeping into every single area. And in the UK, we don't really worry about how you're learning the skills, as long as you learn the skills and you can prove that you are competent against the national standards for each of those jobs. We have lots of people in industries that need to transfer from one sector to another, one industry to another, one job to another. So we have boot camps, which are short, sharp courses up to 16 weeks long, that give people all the skills they need to step from one job into another, so that we don't have to go away and do big, fat, heavy degrees and master's qualifications to be able to progress. In the UK, we think nothing of stepping sideways in education or stepping down in education. Most countries haven't quite got that yet. They don't think about that in that way. So for us, learning is vertical and horizontal, and it can happen anytime in your life, because your job changes, you change, society changes, so your learning has to change with it, and so do the qualifications. Teacher training, that has to have a big focus now on IT and future-facing skills. They have to keep ahead of students. We all know that if you want students, or you want to know about how an iPad works, you have to ask a 3-year-old. So, you know, teachers have to be able to keep up and keep ahead of that. And so, you know, it's really important that we teach the teachers too. And I think that's already been mentioned. And of course, we've got loads of technologies that you can bring into play. Artificial intelligence is just one. And I use this grid that you can see on screen because in the world of skills, there is a massive diversity of technologies, methodologies, and things like that to be able to teach these skills for everybody. So we want you to think of the UK as a great friend and partner when it comes to looking at digital and future-facing skills. I just want to touch on some work that's been going on around in Europe around future-facing skills and key enabling technologies and what they call deep tech, which is around bolting 2 or 3 technologies together to create new technologies. All of these things are being dealt with through schools and education providers in the UK. And I'm going to give you a couple of quick examples before they kick me off and get the next speaker on. So some of the applications, schools in the UK and colleges in the UK appoint AI champions to be able to mentor staff to make sure they're really competent in using it, but also making sure that, you know, children don't cheat as part of their exams and online assessments. We have big assessment systems online now using AI to read the assessments and help with the scoring, so that reduces the burden on the teacher. But it still needs a human to check it all off. So it's, you know, it's a teacher's job and it's a student's job to use it as well. And there's a happy place in the middle to make sure that that works. And of course, there's lots of young people now in UK schools that are part of coding programs and mechatronics, and all of these kind of things are using future-facing technologies. So it's not just about the teachers; it is about students as well. And then wrapped around all of that, to protect all young people, is making sure that we have the right ethical guidelines for use of AI and future-facing skills. And the UK leads on a set of global standards for safeguarding of young people online, because it's really important. but also to make sure that we consider things like bias mitigation and use the tools that we have in a responsible, fair and appropriate mannered way. So finally, just a quick look at the UK system. Everything we do in skills is industry and training providers working together in harmony. And the reason for that is that there are lots of areas where they can support ever-changing technologies, and employers are always ahead of education institutes. So we have to work closely with them because they help us define skills standards, they help us with the curriculum content, they support training of teachers, they provide funding, they provide skills assessments, and of course, what we do with skills in the UK is to translate it into economic benefits. So one of the big things is, why don't industry accept our qualifications? Well, that's because half the time things are being taught that are not relevant to the workplace, and employers don't understand how that benefits their business. So what we have to do as educators, unfortunately, we do have to talk about money, and we have to turn education into profit, and we have to say, actually, if we deliver these skills, it has a positive impact maybe on our energy bill in the business. That means that turns into money for the business, or it means that we're more productive or more competitive. So one of the things that skills providers never really do is to look at the distance traveled by learners and that positive impact on business, and then to use that number to hook in the next employer, to talk to the next industry, and to kind of build that volume of activity that really demonstrates economic prosperity and value that comes from skills training. So throughout the college scenarios, they do all sorts of different things like hackathons and all of that. And I'm sure, you know, in Brazil and across the Latin America landscape, there are lots of schools that are playing around with different technologies and using it in different ways to be able to advance the skills of students. We have lots of different routes into education in the UK, whether it's apprenticeships, retraining, modular systems, micro-credentials, passport systems, so that you load up your skills onto one passport and you can move around different jobs in one industry. There are lots of ways of doing that and articulating your way through life. I'm a firm believer, actually, that we should probably have a lot less universities and a lot more skills and training providers delivering skills for jobs. That's just my view. But that means you've got to have multiple routes for people to go, and all of them have to be just as acceptable as each other. So parity of esteem and equality around qualifications and training is absolutely key to all of this. And it takes a long time to get that. You can't just kind of buy a system and expect it to happen overnight. Just to move on to a quick couple of case studies, because I will get booted off in a moment. So we have one here where Barkingham and Dagenham College are upskilling retail workers in data analytics. And if you think about companies like Amazon are big retail outlets online. They sell lots of things almost to every single person on the planet. But the thing is, they make more money from data analytics. So analyzing where you click on their website and all of that, half the time they know what you're going to click on before you do. So, you know, they need a whole team of data analytics people in the background. And data analytics is one of the big jobs, for example, in Europe. One of the largest vacancies ever in ASEAN as well is in data analytics. So if you want to learn a skill, consider data analytics, because literally every company is becoming a data company in some way, shape or form. And we need clever people to be able to understand that data and interpret that data. If we think about Blackburn College, they have created augmented and AI curriculum tools. So they have this to help with design efficiency and quality. They've got AI Blackburn College departments, but also other universities and colleges in the area, all designed to look at employer gaps, look at their own gaps in knowledge, and then to close those gaps up. So it's all about efficiency and closing the time down for students. And we have to think about that, because students these days don't want to do long courses. The just-in-time principle that was mentioned earlier is absolutely spot on. You know, 2 weeks ago I was in Indonesia, and exactly the same problem, right? So what we have in the UK as a problem is the same in Indonesia. They have a whole load of students that do not want to spend a fortune. They do not want to spend 3 years in training. They just want to learn enough to do that job and then learn a bit more and do the next job and carry on like that. So that's the way we're all going to be learning, I think, in the future. And finally, just a quick case study on Leicester College. They're using virtual simulation on high-risk tasks, so particularly around health and safety type scenarios or dangerous environments. You can teach a lot of the skills that are required before that person is put at risk, and they can learn that in a very safe environment using virtual reality or using computer screens. And we've got an excellent company, for example, called Metaverse Learning. They have a whole host of programs, and I'll include that in my information that I send over so you can look at that later. But Metaverse Learning do lots and lots of augmented reality, virtual reality. They have Careersverse, they have the Universityverse as well. So lots of stuff that is really happening fast and really very clever. So look, just because of time, and we are at the end of the presentation, but here we have what looks like a very complicated picture. But in the UK, we start working with young people at the age of 8 years old. So many countries don't do this. You have to start early with young people to plant seeds in their mind about all the sexy jobs that are available in every single industry. And in every industry, there are about 300 different jobs at different levels that require all sorts of advanced skills to be able to get on into those jobs. And you can start at the bottom and you can work your way around. Here we have a roadmap, if you like, of how we work with young people from the age of 8, and then we get employers to go into the schools to talk to the schools about all the jobs in their industry, and they might support hackathons in the classroom, they might do projects in the classroom, and then at the age of 16, when our young people start to think about leaving school, the employers are there to offer them jobs or to maybe take them into apprenticeships or to encourage them to go on to university to take up high research qualifications and training. So, you know, starting at the age of 12, 13, 14 and 15 is too late. You've got to start much earlier and do careers advice all the way through school so that when those young people come out, they are already thinking like that. And don't forget, today's young people are tomorrow's employees and tomorrow's bosses. So if you want to change what you're doing, you've really got to get young people in that mindset so that when they become mature workers and they become the bosses of tomorrow, they accept the qualifications and the training and the different styles that, you know, you're now struggling with, and we all struggle with it. I could write the script for the UK and I can walk into any country and it's not just a Brazil problem, it is an everywhere problem, and I think that's really important. So I've put my contact details at the back of this presentation, but I have listed a couple of opportunities where we can work together and would be open to some conversations with you. I'm not going to read those out, but of course they are around, you know, collaboration around employer engagement, curriculum design, you know, industry access, labour market information, recognition, qualifications design, pathways, all sorts of different things. So, you know, do talk to me, do have some questions for me. I hope you do. I've been Jonathan Ledger. It's been my real pleasure to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed, everybody.
Thank you, Jonathan. I think the connection between companies, individuals, and college and schools is very important. And also, we will talk about career more than studies, and this is very important. And with that, I'd like to invite Satish Sritharan from Singapore. Is the director of Temasek Polytechnic. So, Mr. Satish, you have the floor.
Thank you. So let me just share this. Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Satish, and I'm from Temasek Polytechnic in Singapore. And today I'll be doing a little bit of sharing on how we are training the future workforce, more with regards to how we are coping with the disruptions that have come about, new technologies, you know, for example, like AI and so on. Okay? So I'll kind of funneled down my presentation. So I'll start with a little touch on some of these technology disruptions and what Singapore is doing to address them. And then narrow it down to what Temasek Poly is doing. And finally, I will share with you an example of how we are embarking on our AI journey as an example of how we are managing the change in what kind of training we need to provide due to the disruptions that are affecting the workforce. So a couple of years back, our former Minister for Education, Mr. Chanchan Singh, shared that skills and knowledge are becoming obsolete faster than ever before. So the disruptions that are taking place due to technology is causing these skills to become very obsolete very fast. And as a result, our TVET institutions need to evolve. But we need to evolve not just by responding to the changes because they're just happening too quickly. We need to be able to anticipate when these changes are happening, what the change is going to be, and then adapt in advance of the change. So just for the fun of it, I actually asked Gemini to share what it feels, some of the impacts of the technology disruptions that are affecting the workplace today. And interestingly enough, they kind of covered three main areas. One is in terms of the impact on the job roles. So the jobs of today, I think as the previous speaker was mentioning, so the jobs of today are either becoming automated or even in some cases obsolete altogether. And there are new jobs and new skills that are coming up and will continue to come up. So as he mentioned, we are effectively training our workforce, our students for jobs and a workforce that we don't even know what's coming up. There are impact in terms of the culture, the way we work. So for example, the hybrid model of working, especially coming out from COVID and so on, with technology, allows people to work from home, work remotely. It changes the culture, the team dynamics. It also improves your productivity because you're literally able to work from anywhere. But at the same time, the negative side is you could have a higher risk of burnout because you literally can't step away from your work sometimes. It also has an impact on your operations, your work operations, because you have access to a wider pool of talent from around the world. But again, because you're relying heavily on technology and the technology is disrupting and keeps changing so quickly, things like cybersecurity risk is increasing. So how do you grapple with that? So in Singapore, we see TVET education as one of the main drivers of our national development. With only about 6 million or so people in Singapore, we rely very heavily on our skilled workforce to support the development of our nation and the economy. In line with that, we have what we call a skills future movement, where we are trying to level up skills so that companies, parents, students see skills as being on par with your traditional academic qualifications. This will encourage more of them to take up skills development rather than continuing to pursue a degree or a master's degree or even a PhD as a way to enter the workforce. And we are also mindful of what are the new drivers affecting the future economy. So for example, we've identified things like AI, digitalization, sustainability, and as a result, we're trying to understand, okay, so what are the new skills that are required for the future? And then what do we need to train our students in? So one of the key things about the national direction here in Singapore is we adopt what we call a centralized planning and alignment approach. So we have a Ministry of Education that oversees our curriculum and the educational direction, for all the schools. But this ministry also works very closely with our economic and manpower agencies, so that what we are training and what we are covering in the schools and the TVET institutions is aligned with exactly what the industry needs. For example, we get their direction from them in terms of things like how many students intake we need across the polytechnics every year, so that we don't roll out programs that are oversubscribed and then we end up with a high number of graduates entering the workforce for particular industries and flooding the market when there is insufficient job roles in that particular space. So we are looking for that kind of alignments as well. As the previous speaker mentioned, we also work very closely with the industry in terms of co-developing our curriculum, in terms of training our staff and our students. And by having this kind of centralized planning approach, it allows us to be much more in touch with the changes that are taking place in the industry. And as a result, we're able to respond quicker to how we need to adapt our training and our curriculum. So coming into Temasek Polytechnic, our polytechnic actually has 6 schools. covering a whole range from science to business, engineering, and IT. We have a population of about 12,500 full-time diploma students from 36 diplomas. But interestingly, besides the full-time program, which is about a 3-year program, we also cater to about 42,000 what we call adult learners for continuing education. So we have everything ranging from short courses, just-in-time learning. So you've got your 1-day, 2-day, 1-week courses that enable them to pick up the skill quickly that they can then apply into the workforce, to 1-year programs, post-diploma programs that allow them to go deeper into their training. And this is for people who are already in the workforce, because Singapore subscribes to the whole lifelong learning model. And it's something that we encourage our workforce to continue learning and continue to upskill or even reskill to cater to the changes in the economy and the workforce requirements. So some of the examples of the collaborations we have with the various industry partners, just to take one as an example, so the one at the bottom, FutureX. So this was a collaboration that we have set up with AWS. And basically what's happening here is we've set up a center in the school, so in the School of Informatics and IT, and it actually is a collaboration across all the schools. So what's unique about this center is not only are we working with AWS to bring in the tools that they are using, as well as the curriculum to help to boost our training materials, we also have AWS staff who are stationed in the center on an ad hoc basis to work with our lecturers to train our students and to work with our students on industry projects based on problem statements that are coming in from the industry. And at the same time, beyond just training the students in terms of the diploma, we also work on how to train the students to then pick up additional certifications which are much more aligned with what's required in the industry. So this is just one of the examples of how we work closely with the industry in Temasek Polytechnic. So coming into our AI journey. So I'm just going to bring you through, AI is probably the biggest disruptor at the moment for a lot of us. So I'm going to give you an example of how we've been basically traveling this journey across the Polytechnic and some of the things that we've been doing. So for a start, Singapore has what we call a job transformation map. So we have 18 of these maps. So these are developed by the government in collaboration with industry partners. So they have actually mapped out, so for example, in the ICT sector, so they've actually mapped out the different kinds of job roles. They've mapped out, so for example, if you're going to go into, say, data analytics, what are the entry-level jobs, the second-tier jobs, and so on, up to becoming a chief data officer or data scientist, and so on. So what's the pathway available? What are the skills required at each step in that journey? And as part of this map, they have now been looking at how technology is disrupting it. So for example, AI. So how is it affecting the job roles? Which of the jobs are at threat of being obsolete, being phased out? Which of the job roles require new skills, and so on. So we get this direction at the national level. And then as a Polytechnic, we have been taking a look at these transformation maps, and we've been trying to understand, okay, so based on our different curriculum, so we've got 36 diplomas, 36 different courses. So for each of the courses, so not just your IT courses, we are looking at a science course, we are looking at our humanities courses, our marketing course. So how is AI affecting the job roles in each of these domains? And as a result of this impact, what do we need to do to tweak our curriculum? Do we need to change the kind of subjects that we are teaching our students? Do we need to infuse AI because it's a skill required by the industry into our curriculum? And so on and so forth. So we have been looking at how we can then update and adapt our curriculum. But the curriculum is just one part. That's just the content, right? The other part of it is the staff themselves. So a number of the staff, being in the education sector, they may or may not be as in touch with what's happening in the industry. So they need to be upskilled as well so that we can teach our students the right thing. So we have been doing a few different things. For example, we've come up with a structured AI training plan for our staff. So me personally, I'm like halfway through the training plan. So we've been tasked to go through several different modules covering different aspects of AI, some of which is to help us in our teaching, but some of which is to help deepen our own technical capabilities. We have come up with an AI playbook that looks at how staff as well as students should be using AI, both in terms of education, so in an ethical way when you are using it to support your learning, as well as how you should be using your AI ethically when you are in the workforce. Okay? So one example of the enhancing of our staff capability was actually for my school. So last week, we actually had our own staff hackathon. So it was a day-long event. In the morning, we actually provided some training for our staff in terms of 3 different AI chatbot tools. And then in the afternoon, the staff formed groups and they were actually developing their own POC solutions. So by the end of the day, we had developed 13 different AI chatbots just by the staff, half of whom have probably never touched AI development in terms of how to develop chatbots. So that's just one of the examples of how we are working with our staff to build up their capability. And then thirdly is our industry partners. So as my example earlier, so we bring them in, we collaborate with them to work on projects, to work on training materials, to provide opportunities for our students and our staff to build up their capability. And last but not least is the students. So once we put all this into place, we are looking at how we can give students real-world exposure. So again, with the disruptions in the technologies today, it's not enough to just learn from the textbook. You know, you really need hands-on exposure. So we rely very heavily on exposing them to the real AI tools that they use in the workforce. We incorporate it into our subjects. We give them opportunities to work on real-world problem statements as part of their final year projects. And these problem statements are curated from the industry. We provide the students with opportunities for internships, and this could be, at least for our IT school, you know, typically about 5 months, the students will be out on internship in their final year. But in some cases, the students actually go out for the entire year. So imagine for a 3-year course, diploma course in the Polytechnic, the entire 3rd year, the students will be out on internship. This allows them to immerse themselves into the organization to really see what's going on, what is the impact of these disruptions on the technology, and learn directly from the people who are being affected, the industry experts. And this will enable them to be better prepared for the industry. But in addition to training these students, that means the diploma students, the 18, 19-year-olds, you know, to join the workforce, we are also providing the same level of training for the adult learners as well. And we were looking to see how we can improve the way we can provide this training in light of some of these disruptions. So for example, a few months back, we actually provided this training package for one of the organizations. And we conducted a 3-day course where we exposed them to Gen AI, you know, some of the tools and so on. And then after that, we actually worked with the staff from this company in small groups on real problem statements that they are facing in their company. And every week, we met them for about half a day to 1 day, and we would guide them in terms of developing a solution for their particular problems. So by the end of about a month or so, not only had they gone through a normal training program, but they had worked with us on applying what they had learned into developing a solution for their company. And we found that this allowed them to not only be more confident in the skills that they were picking up, but also to apply what they have learned. Because a lot of times, you know, you go for a course, you learn something new, but you go back and then you struggle to figure out how to apply it. So just to kind of give you some closing thoughts about this AI journey that we are going through at the moment. I won't say that we are there yet. I won't say we have completed the journey. It's still ongoing and it's evolving as we go through. We have basically been shifting the mindset of students to see that they should be coexisting and using the AI tools. They shouldn't be afraid of the AI tools. I know in a lot of places people are worried that AI is going to take over their jobs, and replace them and so on. So we are trying to help them to understand that they should learn how to best use the AI tools to augment what they're trying to achieve. And that will keep them in the job and allow them to do more higher value add contributions and tasks within the company. We also emphasize a lot on responsible AI adoption. So the ethical use of AI. It's very easy to use AI in a way that, you kind of slip down the slope and end up doing things that you shouldn't be doing, So we teach them how to be ethical in terms of the way they use AI. We also are looking at the educators, and we are trying to see how we need to revamp the role of the educator. So rather than just a conveyor of knowledge, how can you be more of a facilitator of learning, active learning for the students? And for the staff themselves, the lecturers themselves, we are also encouraging them to experiment. With technology continuously changing and so on, our staff need to be on top of it as well. So we tell our educators, go. Whatever you need, whatever software you need, we'll try and get it. Go and play with it. Go and experiment with it. And not only will that deepen your capability, and in line with our lifelong learning mindset, but it allows us to pivot quickly so that if a particular technology becomes more popular and more prominent in the industry, our educators are better placed to switch and pivot to adopt the new technologies. So with that, I think I've come to the end of my sharing. So when I share the slides for circulation, I will add in my contact information if anyone wants to discuss some of these ideas further. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Satish.
Thank you, Satish. I know Singapore's experience. It's very interesting how government industries is connected. They are connected, and now the AI journey bring AI not only as a tool, but something that is cross-cutting. As you see that we have in other panels, is that it goes beyond a single tool. So now I'd like to give the floor to Mrs. Eloise Leloup. She's the Deputy Director of the Excellence Campus of the Industry of the Future in France, and she's going to share the professional formation inputs from her experience. So Eloise, please, you have the floor.
Hello everyone, thank you for having me today. While my English may not be perfect, I'm honored to contribute to this panel discussion and present an aspiring French model. You have my share. You can share my presentation? Yeah, it's okay for you?
Okay.
Yeah. We can start?
No, let's go.
Okay. So, our campus is an ecosystem that aligns the skills needs of businesses with innovative training programs, preparing individuals for the jobs of tomorrow's industry in collaboration with academic, institutional, and corporate key players. Next slide. Thank you. About our missions, we unite a network of stakeholders to foster lifelong professional success. We share information about today's and tomorrow's jobs in the industry. We meet companies' needs and provide access to complete training programs from vocational certificates to engineering degrees, including international opportunities. We work with businesses to introduce new technology in training centers and develop modern learning facilities. We help update training programs and create collaborative workspaces. Our goal is to build the skills needed for the future of industry in our region. Next slide. Thank you. Our campus supports several strategic sectors in the south region of France. It's our aerospace and defense, electronics and microelectronics, space, energy transition, and civil and military nuclear. Next. Thanks. In response to the challenges of digital transformation, our roadmap is built around 4 key focus areas: attract, design, develop, and innovate. These foundational principles guide our actions to support industrial stakeholders in involving their skills and professions. Through concrete initiatives and aspiring projects, our campus drives innovation to serve the digital transition in industry and prepares the talent of the future. Next. An example, the School Lab is a unique scientific immersion program designed for students in the South region with 5 main topics: robotics, health, logistics, sustainable development, and IA. The program shows the variety of science-related jobs and helps students imagine working in the field of the future. The first cohort includes 230 middle and high school students, 9 classes, 7 schools, 5 companies involved, 6-month programs, 34 workshops, and we organize a final presentation with all the students and partners, including companies, ambassadors, facilitators, schools, and more. Next. The Innov Games is a new and unique challenge, is an engineering school competition combining challenge and innovation. The competition unfolds in 4 stages. First, a kickoff meeting, introduction of the Innov Games concept and the year's topic to students in the presence of their academic mentors. Secondly, participation in a hackathon, stimulation of creativity, theme exploration, design of a draft project and its specification, pitch deck in front of a professional jury. Thirdly, conceptualization. Each team embarks on the realization of its solution, assembly, coding, testing, up to the development of a functional prototype. To finish, presentation of the solution at the Innov Game closing ceremony. Each student groups present its solution to a jury of experts from the region academics and industrial communities. Gift for all, and a trophy and prestigious gift for the winners. For example, the Cannes red carpet or tickets to the Olympics. The main goals for students are explore the different phases of the creation, opportunity to do it yourself from idea to prototype, technical expertise, transfer from professionals, teamwork, meet other students for other schools, communicate with others, benchmark to build the project, market the project and the prototype in front of academic and industrial experts. And for industrial companies, the main goals are attractivity, dazzle the students, identify future talent to be hired, and get future engineers better trained to be more quickly operational after hiring. Next. Another action, Fab Lab, like fabrication laboratories, are open spaces for everyone, equipped for rapid prototyping, experimentation, and collaborative creation across diverse fields, such as robotics, design, electronics, and sustainable development. We are developing a network of Fab Labs within high schools in the region. You have the map. The type, can you go before? Yeah, because it's a slide of Fab Lab. Before. Yeah, I'm here. So types of activities, guided project, conducted directed project with classes, Meeting Hub, a space for students, teachers, and businesses to connect and collaborate. Communication platform, so with showcasing achievements and projects, including updates for families. Bridge for future topics, including themes that will be explored later in their studies. And an inclusive space welcoming external visitors, including students from over high school and middle schools, as well as job seekers. Students will learn to design, prototype, and test their ideas, developing key skills in technical, mastery of digital tools and fabrication machines, collaborative, teamwork and project management, innovating, problem solving, creativity, and adaptability. Next. Thank you. We also made specialization of vocational training programs, such as the Advanced Technician Certificate has become a strong trend in recent years and serves as a lever for the skills expected by the industry of the future. First, companies seek immediate skills. Employers want graduates who are operational from day one, capable of meeting specific needs without requiring a long adaptation period. Secondly, industrial sectors are transforming and training programs must adapt in real time to integrate new technology, IA, robotics, IoT. Thirdly, apprenticeships are booming. Companies and schools collaborate to co-develop tailored programs. Specialization is a key tool for strengthening this partnership and attracting students to promising fields. Also, in France and Europe, governments want to bring industry back to the region. Specialized training prepare qualified technicians to support these strategic sectors. At least, specialized graduates find jobs more easily. Their profile perfectly matches with recruiters' expectation. Next. Can you just next, because to have the methodology in the slide, yeah, you can. Okay, thank you very much. A quick overview of our methodology. Our approach is built on collaboration, innovation, and practical application to meet the evolving needs of Industry 5.0. Implementing a new certification in response to business needs involves designing relevant pedagogical frameworks, upgrading technical platforms, and also training trainers of the specific requirement of the program. A collaborative working group composed of industry experts and educators from high school and engineering schools has collaborated closely to define 4 major professional activities and the new expected skills. For this new bachelor degree related to Industry 5.0, there are 4 professional activities. So lead a design study for a connected production system, develop, integrate, and test a connected technical solution, optimize human-machine collaboration, and manage an IoT project. These activities are broken down into 26 training modules. The benefits of the programs are experience with digital tools, IoT, IA, digital twins, advanced robotics, and addressing environmental and social challenges. Innovation and transformation, preparing professionals to enhance industrial processes for improved efficiency and sustainability. And it's a great opportunity for employers or students for 5-month internship to find motivated and skilled talent with the latest technologies. So we work about a metaverse. The purpose of this platform is to make it easier to share skills and build connection between partners using an attractive and adaptable tool that complement existing educational resources. In detail, we have a space with an access to live events, conference, jobs fairs, brainstorming session. We have also an exchange hub between partners. We can also have a sharing hub with access to informational and training resources with highlight the products and careers of partners companies. We can present the training programs offered by partner schools and companies, such cross-disciplinary training provided by businesses like lean management, innovation, supply chain, data analysis, environment, IA, cybersecurity. Access to a database with documents, video, internet links, conference recordings, chat and live digital events with interaction during conference chat quizzes. Finally, InnovIland can offer gamification for inter-school challenges. I hope this action have been inspiring. They illustrate our campus roadmap to foster excellence in the industry of the future. One thing is clear, the industry of the future is not a distant dream, it is a roadmap we are actively building together. Thank you for your attention.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Eloise. I think a very clear highlight is the activity of the staff with competitions and creating these events to improve the learning process, and that's great. Well, I received here a few questions, but I'd like to share the QR code so you can ask questions to Fabio La Selva. Fabio La Selva is the Director of Learning of the Google Cloud in Latin America, and he's going to talk about how the AIs potentialize the AI careers and the human technology synergy in supporting the professional. Fabio, thank you very much. Google has been our partner, and we are looking forward to hear from you. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, SENAI. Thank you for the opportunity for being here today. I can have the presentation. Well, first to introduce myself, my name is Fabio Marcelo. I'm learning head in Google, and what is the learning? It's the capacity building team, and our mission is to prepare the future, the talents for the future and the market of technology. This is not a far future. Actually, maybe this is the next year, the next semester. And why is that important for Google? Google is not an education company. Google is a tech company. At Google Cloud, we sell tech solutions for companies to innovate and accelerate their business. And as we have a learning department, why is this department important? Well, to answer to the question, it's important to share the example from a client's words that we have a few years ago. Before having our learning team, we asked Eduardo Lopes, our cloud that it's important to have the cloud here, but it's like having a Ferrari, but we don't have Schumacher, Leclerc, or the pilot to drive these cars. So we need people to drive this car that we have. So that's why we started a capacity building work and approach that we are working on. And we started partnerships such as this one with SENAI. So this is very clear here, as we see that we have a gap in the tech market of more than 500,000 people needed, 500,000 talents that we need in the market, in the tech market. So in fact, this is a problem. What we have today in technology, companies, they are stealing talents one from another. What is not good for anyone. It's not good for the professional. This is not good for companies. So things are way more burdensome than it should be. And at the same time that it's a problem, it is also an opportunity for the society. So a recent survey from like Accenture shows that once we close this gap, in particular for emerging countries, they will have a super opportunity to increase their GDP. In case of Brazil, if we were capable to close this 530,000 people gap in the tech sector, Brazil would be capable to grow 1.7% of its GDP. And we know how important, how relevant is this increase, this growth. And when we talk about technology, we are saying a broad term, just to understand the objective. Technology is important, but what is the market's demand? What is important, in fact, to target? So this study here from Forbes McKinsey shows what are the main technologies, just to show. I'm going to focus on the 5 main ones. The first one, cloud computing. This is not secret that the cloud computing, in fact, can leverage the company to the next level and make them not only more competitive, but also to enable them to survive. At Google Cloud, we believe that every company is going to become a technology company, even those that are not associated to technology. If they are not present online in a good infrastructure, will not exist anymore. Number 2, data analytics. I think a colleague commented the previous panel. Data is the new oil, but it's not only having the data, but how to refine them, how to organize, how to read, administrate, to manage them. Third one, artificial intelligence. I think we didn't talk too much about artificial intelligence today, right? But I mean, this is a reality, and this study is from 2024. So maybe artificial intelligence is now placed in second or first. Robotics and cybersecurity. So cybersecurity, it's another point. It's something that we hear constantly, but today it's essential with all online business. It's more and more critical to have business safe and secure. Today, criminals, we find them more in the online environment than on the streets. It's easier today to commit an online crime than risk yourself on the street. So the threats and risk at the cyber world is huge. So cybersecurity will be more and more important. Well, given this problem, the talents gap in the labor market, what we from Google Cloud found as a solution? Education. So how is this education inside the company? So we have an education platform. I mean, Google has a lot of piece of information and resources, and we organize that in an education platform that is Google Cloud Sky Course, where we train our professionals, engineers, and every Google staff has access to this platform, such as several market cases. We have an eternal valuable material. We end up sharing that in the market. We commercialize this platform to our clients and partners. I mean, all the markets interested in training their staff. And just to give an idea, it's a $300 cost per year for a person to have access to this platform. But to solve the problem, we know that $300 per year is a high cost, and in order to enable people, I mean, unless there are competitor companies, but our objective is to reduce this gap. So as a strategy, we developed this program where we offer with no cost the platform to education institutions, in particular universities and also professional schools such as SENAI. And why do we offer that without cost? And I'm saying without cost because it's not free, because we pay free, but it's no cost for professors and students, because this is how we can contribute so more people can be adapted to the new skills. And as we see that in addition to what they learn in schools and universities, we can share our view from the market that we believe that is completely valuable. That's why we developed this Higher Superior program. And this program is the Google Cloud. It's the real, and all the contents that we have at the platform. Remember the slides that we mentioned before, the 5 main technologies. We have these technologies that, and we know because of this survey, but we live them. And living with our partners because we know that their pen is ours. So that's why we develop a specific course for education institution. That's what we are seeing here, where we offer teachers and professors, and we encourage them to offer to the students. So artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, data analytics, and cloud engineering. Of course, all the elements of cloud computing. And also have another cloud digital leader that is a less technical course, where we want to remember that all companies will become tech companies. So it's important to everyone to learn technology. So even math students, law students, they can benefit from this knowledge. It is not a technical course, but of course, it's a broad course that addresses all the aspects of cloud business and tech and cloud technology. Well, and as part of the platform, we also have knowledge credentials to prove that the students are acquiring these specific skills. We have these 3 models of skills. I'm focused on cloud certifications that we launch in 2024. That is through this course that you saw in the previous slide. We also grant certification so students can prove this skill and can add in their curriculum, social media. I mean, for anyone who's interested in see that they indeed have this skill. And just to be transparent and share with you our experience, it gives visibility to the students. We see them sharing, we see them having results, not only likes and comments. Likes and comments are very important, but the access to engagement, to companies to find them and have them in their teams and their staff. So it's a huge benefit that they can have from Google credentials. So I said that our mission is to train people for the tech companies. So actually 2 missions. One is the capacity building, and the second one is in fact to find this problem of this gap that is connect these people with real work opportunities. Once we know that they are ready, we connect them with real opportunities. And where are these real opportunities? We have our clients that complain about the lack of people, and our partners that we know that need. So we were saying that the future of technology market is the future. So that's what we need to do today. And at the end of the year, they not only finish the course as they were employed, and they are running meetings in our office on Google about Google Cloud. So it's a very effective program that is targeted on having access to the labor market. The job fair, this is a very it's a fair that we organize. It's an event every semester, in an online event, an inclusive event from all the states of Brazil, so they can participate. We are in our 9th edition, and we have the last version. More than 1,000 students attended in these 9 editions, and hundreds of them were hired. And the champion of students that attended this event was the SENAI. So the highest number of students that participate were from SENAI. It is really good. So it's really cool to see that and strength and encourage this partnership, because when we are presenting this program for an education institution, it's no cost in this program, and they used to say, this is tricky, right? Where is what is the small words? No, it's not a tricky offer. Actually, it's an opportunity. If you want to implement this program, that's the point. And SENAI does it very well. So since the very first day in the program, the engagement and also the follow-up of the students with the teachers with the students were great. So it's excellent to share that here with you. Well, few institutions, few companies and partners well, I cannot see from all of here. We have several tech partners, Accent, Deloitte, global partners. So we can see the importance of these companies. We are not talking about the small company around the corner. Actually, they are global companies where they will start their technology careers. And as I said, we see these professionals at the Google corridors, what is great. So there's a recap of the program, a content without cost for professors and teachers and students. And I didn't say the exclusive events. In addition to content, we have the Study Gems sessions. There are classes with Google Cloud engineers. So it's where they will have contact with these engineers, learning and they are there, make their time available voluntarily to teach these students, of course, with the teachers. Additionally, and of course, they are going to share they also ask questions and share experience from the market. And in discussions with these engineers, they say, if I had this opportunity in the beginning, maybe it would be easier for me. So this is the feedback from them to the developers to add this value, and we know that it adds value. The certifications, as was said, even in the past, we have this credential that proves the skills of each student, that they finish the course, and they can use that to sell themselves. And one comment that I have from these attendings, I said, hey, Fabio, your program, the program of yours, the job fairs and capacity building, leverage my own program, something that I didn't imagine. It was impossible to find trainees for our program in our company, and the program leverage this possibility because of this partnership with Google and SENAI. So it's proved to the market that it adds value, and hundreds of students are. And when I say hundreds, in Latin America, okay, but in Brazil we have dozens. 100% of companies gave positive feedback. And when I say positive, it's saying that the professional is really well. They were trained to start in a company such the ones that hire them. This is what we hear, because we don't have any internal system to assess if they are doing good. Well, and finally, this video from a 1 minute video. It's a statement from a student, and here we have Flavia. It's a SENAI student. Can you play it? Well, too bad. Later on, I'm going to send the video, but it's a very interesting assessment from Flavian saying how important this course. Can you get back to the slides? And in addition to Flavia, we also have Patricia, unemployed. I think Patricia was 40 years old. She attended the Google Cloud course, and then she got a job and changed her life and her community, her family. And in what we are seeing, education, it doesn't change people's lives. It changes families' lives, the community, the company that is hiring. And also, you remember that GDP, 1%? This is a 0.0001 more that contributes in favor. So, in a scale, the number of people that we trained here in Google's program, more than 100,000. It's more than 10 countries in this map and more than 500 universities. And in Brazil, we have the SENAI school, and more than 40 companies participated and hired students in these more than 100,000. Well, if you are interested in learn more about the program, here we have this QR code, so you can not only to subscribe to the program, but also to receive the news when we launch the Google Cloud Academy. What is the Google Cloud Academy? It's a benefit for every education institution, so they can receive the content in a specific time frame, and also to be invited to the specific sessions of study jams that I mentioned with the Google Cloud engineers, and in the end they can have their certifications. You only have to access this link and subscribe that you will receive all the news from the program. And finally, this special partnership that we have with SENAI and SES, where we have where in fact we believe that with technology we can have an education transformation, always followed with Ricardo Arban, president, that has always been a supporter for this education transformation, and very rapidly what this super partnership addresses it for 4 pillars. First, the technology resources to give visibility to the careers and also to the jobs for the SENAI students. Secondly, to consolidate and organize knowledge for adult education, to make it easier the connection between students with real job opportunities. Third, make SENAI the industry Google, education Google, where all the resources are well organized and available. And fourth pillar is in fact to have infrastructure and technology serving as a base for all these ambitious projects. This is the super project that we have with SENAI and SESI that we are very looking forward to continue working with you. That's it. This is my contact info. It's a pleasure to be with you today. Thank you, Fabio. This partnership that we have with Google, it's very important. We launched the SENAI AI. If you want to access, it's senai.ai.br. We have this, all the recommendations, language, skills, everything is happening there. So, well, I will start here with the questions. I will start with Jonathan Ledger. Jonathan, we have a question from the audience, from Adriano Edgar, SENAI Bragança and State of Pará, Brazil, where he shares something interesting. It's clear the engagement between companies, industries, and the institutions in the UK. The question is there any incentive so the companies invest in these talents training? And if there isn't an incentive, what would be the more effective incentive for companies to invest more in the capacity building of talents? So it's late there for Jonathan, so he had to leave. So now move to Satish. Is Satish with us? So Satish, considering the rapid change of professionals driven by AI, what was the most practical and strategic learning of Polytechnic that you had in obtained and developed the AI mapping in the students' formation?
So I think probably the biggest learning we've had, or the biggest challenge we've been having with AI is compared to some of the other technologies in the past, the pace of change is just very fast. So for example, I was working on an industry project with one of our government agencies somewhere last year. And the project itself lasted about 8 months. But during that time, the LLM models for OpenAI changed 3 times. So we had to relook at the scope and the skills required to develop the solution and revamp it 3 times just during that one single project. So that's probably the biggest learning that we've been having, and the biggest challenge we're having in terms of not just training the students, but also how do we keep the curriculum updated in light of these rapid changes. So that's why we rely a lot on the industry partnerships and the real problem statements and projects that the students can be exposed to, because you can only teach students at a particular pace. But to keep updated with the latest changes, the students really need to be exposed to real projects from the industry. And that's one of the biggest benefits of working closely with the industry partners.
Muito bom, eu queria agradecer imensamente.
Very good. Thank you very much, Satish, for your answer. We are aware about the time and you are still here with us. So thank you very much for being here with us. Well, I have a question now for Fabio. Fabio, you presented a very innovative educational model, and you'd like to know what were the main obstacles and barriers that you found, and also if you have any hint for a labor market trend. I think you mentioned that in your presentation, but here the barriers, the obstacles, we see many people from public policy managers, from SENAI unities and other institutions of the country. It's always good to listen to a hint. Well, when we started this program in 2021, the main obstacle that we had was in fact having the students and developers engaging with the platform. And finishing the program, because they are technical programs. So in order to solve this problem, the first solution that we developed was to establish partnerships with education institutions, with learning institutions. We saw that we had content and value, but we didn't have the expertise in teaching, in training. That's why we need you. So I think that was the first one lesson and an obstacle that we had. Secondly, something that we have a lot, and I mentioned that in the presentation, it's pointless having a learning institution by our side if they are not 100% committed to that. The message to professors, to teachers, of our lessons, that we need that from the top. That's what happened with the partnerships with SENAI. It needs to be something that the institution as a whole sees as a value. What happens in our program is that often we have partnerships with specific teachers or specific subjects that ends up bringing some, I will not say damage or harm. But I mean, we do not fulfill the whole potential. We don't see the whole potential that institutions might have to offer to the institutions with a partnership with Google. So this institutional alignment that we have with our partners, with the stakeholders and learning institutions, so all the teachers understand the value and are capable to apply, and not only apply, but also to go through all the training and the capacity building is fundamental. The second question, I'm sorry, Philip, any hint of trend that we can anticipate? I think it was clear that I think from Singapore that or UK, I don't remember, but the perspective of anticipate to not to stop being always looking after, but also ahead of the changes. I think a mindset hint for the students, and someone said in the previous panel is, we are going through a very specific moment, very special moment in humanity. 2025 is a year that we are seeing so many new technologies, artificial intelligence, but no one knows how things are going to be in the next 10 years. We don't know within 5 years. 3 years is difficult to imagine. And what does it mean? In fact, it's all this technology power exists and we don't know how to use the best way as possible. We know few things that we can do, but there is a huge power that we can take advantage of, and those who will shape, in fact, that are the people who are learning now. I mean, the students, the young people. From one side, this is good, but on the other hand, the responsibility, you know, the Spider-Man's quote, great power implies great responsibility. It's like the internet 30 years ago. No one knew how this worked and what's the purpose of, but what could you do with that? And over time, we learned and then created excellent things and not so good things as well, such as the cyber crimes. Artificial intelligence is the same thing. So, overcome this feeling for the students is something incredible that will make them build with the best intentions as possible, because I truly believe that who is shaping society and the future of our children are the young people. Well, very good. I think we had the end of the panel right on the dot. I'd like to thank all the speakers. I'd like to thank Fabio, and I'm going to break the protocol here. I asked Marisa, she was the responsible for organizing here the agenda and the contact with all people. So I'd like to break the protocol and invite you here to the stage so you can give us the final remarks of this seminar. She's angry at me. Please. Well, he totally caught me. I'm very surprised. But actually, I mean, it's worth saying that it's very interesting. We are listening the same thing for a while. Like, I mean, the huge challenge in this seminar is to bring that we always listen to the future, things about the future, and things are taking place here now, in the present, at different doors that we see here. I'm quite happy. We have public policies, guys, the ministry.
O João Vitor, que continua escondido lá atrás, do Ministério do Trabalho, né? Tem organismo internacional, a Unesco, o Aguinaldo da OIT, nas redes sociais, nas redes públicas, Conselho de Educação. Então, tem aqui os atores centrais de instituições privadas, parceiras também. Tem aqui um universo que está buscando informação, né, sobre qual caminho, qual estratégia. Então, para muitos de nós, eu fiquei ali, não consegui concentrar tanto, né, aqui, mas para muitos de nós, muitas coisas soam, isso eu conheço, mas outras tantas nos fazem fazer perguntas, reflexões, que acabam, né, nos ajudando, né, às vezes mais, às vezes menos. E esse que é o propósito, né, Felipe? Esse que é o propósito da gente trazer sempre informação para todos, né? Literalmente todas as redes. E obrigada aqui pela presença de vocês. presencialmente e online, né, que estão com a gente até agora. E a gente fica feliz de poder colaborar para fortalecer a educação profissional como um todo. E agora na Casa Senai, fortalecer o Senai também. É isso, gente. Muito obrigada. Obrigada, chefe.
Bom, aproveitando as inspiradoras palavras da Marilza, peço novamente a todos 1 minuto de atenção, só para a gente encerrar aqui e agradecer aos panelistas, a quem acompanhou a gente online, presencialmente, e pedir um favor a todos, para que participem da nossa pesquisa. Vai aparecer um QR Code, então vocês podem participar e apontando sobre a satisfação com o evento e também para dar sugestões para as próximas empreitadas. Vai aparecer o nosso QR Code em alguns instantes, daqui a pouquinho. Enquanto isso, a tecnologia... Aê, agora sim. Palmas para o QR Code. Bom, brincadeiras à parte, meu nome é Cristiano Rexigel, agradeço a presença de todos, a companhia e, de fato, pedimos a participação aqui para a gente possa ter próximos eventos inspiradores como esse. Tá certo? Obrigado a todos, uma boa tarde.